Chapter 340. Next, a few more items were auctioned off. Some of them were not bad. However, they had all been determined by others, or their specific functions had been researched. Therefore, the final price was basically reasonable, and there was nothing too outrageous about it. Finally, when a martialist in the upheaval period stepped forward, Lu Feng's expression became extremely solemn. This person was one of the martialists that Lulu had mentioned who had a good item. When she saw the martialist in the upheaval period walk to the auction stage, Lulu looked slightly excited. She lowered her head and whispered to Lu Feng, "Big Brother Futu, this martialist in the upheaval period has a very good item in his hands. Although I don't know what it is, I can feel it. However, I can feel that it is really good." Lulu nodded firmly after she felt it once more. "Yes, it is very, very good. I can feel it even more strongly than when I bought the 9 Revolutions Illustrious Pill." The 9 Revolutions Illustrious Pill was a 5th grade pill that had gone extinct in this era. Although the normal price of such an elixir was 10 billion divine item points, it was still possible for it to be sold for 10 billion or even 20 billion divine item points. However, Lulu had said that the item this time was even better than the 9 Revolutions Illustrious Pill. Didn't that mean that the item this time was worth at least 10 billion? Of course, the moment he saw that item, Lu Feng could feel that this item was different even without Lulu's reminder. Because of that ancient and desolate aura, the kind of mysterious and dangerous aura. Even Lu Feng, who was standing at the side, felt a kind of aura that made his hair stand on end. It could be said that Lu Feng had seen a lot of things. However, he had never seen anything like this item that made him feel such a sharp aura. This was really a treasure. The martialist in the upheaval period slowly walked to the center of the stage and scanned the audience slightly. Although his strength was at the bottom among the thousands of people present, he was still very strong. However, at this moment, he felt proud and elated. After all, this was his only chance to look down on hundreds of perfect stage warriors and even demigods. Finally, after scanning through everything, the middle stage cataclysmic transformation stage martial artist took out the item that he had been holding tightly in his hand. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on him. The thing that appeared in his hand was very unexpected, because this thing didn't look like something powerful at all. What he was holding in his hand was actually a wooden puppet. Originally, many people felt the same sharpness as Lu Feng, but now, when they saw the true appearance of this object, their previous excitement immediately disappeared. After all, the puppet looked like a child's toy no matter how he looked at it. Although the ancient and desolate aura on it was unusually dense, it was hard to guarantee that it wasn't a prank by some expert. After all, this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. Seeing everyone's reaction, the middle stage upheaval phase martial artist just smiled coldly. Everyone's reaction was within his expectations. When he had first obtained this item, he had also reacted the same way. If he hadn't read a lot of ancient books, he was afraid that this peerless treasure would have been thrown aside by him and never remembered. Fortunately, his impulse at that time allowed him to obtain this shocking wealth. Finally, when everyone quieted down, the middle stage cataclysmic transformation stage martial artist spoke. "I know that when you powerhouses saw this puppet, it was inevitable that you would have some strange thoughts. I'm afraid this is human nature. After all, the shape of this puppet is too casual. There was no way to refute this point, because the shape of this puppet was really too ordinary. If it wasn't for the desolate and ancient aura on it, no one would take a look at it. But no one knew that in this extreme ordinariness, there was a peerless sharpness and incomparable killing intent. However, since I took it out today, then I won't waste your time. I want to tell everyone that this puppet really has a terrifying value. It's definitely worth everyone's time to listen to my explanation." At this point, the middle stage cataclysmic transformation stage martial artist's voice suddenly became mysterious. He smiled slowly and raised the puppet on his arm. Suddenly, he injected a special kind of power. This kind of power was relatively familiar to any powerhouse, and Lu Feng was very familiar with this kind of power. This was because this was mental power. Martial artists also had mental power. After all, mental power was directly linked to one's soul. Of course, martial artists had souls, and their souls were incomparably powerful. It was just that their paths were blocked, so their souls couldn't produce a lot of mental power. However, just a trace of mental power was still possible. A middle stage, cataclysmic transformation stage martial artist could produce one or even a few condensations of mental power. Even one condensation of mental power was enough to demonstrate everything. The moment the mental power was injected into the puppet, the aura on the puppet changed instantly. An even more terrifying, desolate, and ancient aura directly penetrated everything and bloomed in the auction house. The sharpness and killing intent contained within it caused the expressions of many existences to change. Although the intensity of this power wasn't comparable to theirs, this kind of extreme, killing intent made them extremely wary. Looking at the flickering and complicated patterns on the puppet, a powerhouse of a foreign race finally thought of something. He looked at the puppet with an expression of disbelief. This is the legendary Puppet War puppet. Many people were stunned when they heard this. Some of them were stunned because they didn't know what a puppet battle doll was, but some of them were stunned because they had heard of it before. Lu Feng's expression at this moment was also unusually shocked. This was because he knew what a Puppet War puppet was. Lulu looked at these people's expressions blankly, not understanding what was going on. Because of her uniqueness, she could feel that this puppet was an extremely good thing. But that was it. She didn't know what this puppet was used for, and she didn't know what a Puppet War puppet was. Brother Fudu, what is this Puppet War puppet? This wasn't just Lulu's question. Many of the foreign race powerhouses in the auction house also had the same question. At this time, some of the more knowledgeable people began to explain. The Puppet War puppet isn't something that appeared in this era. According to legend, this thing's origin was in the Third Era, the era of magic civilization. That era was the peak era of magic civilization. It could be said that the most powerful people were the sorcerer gods. However, although it was the era of magic civilization, magic wasn't the only thing in that era. After all, it was extremely difficult to become a sorcerer. Other than the path of magic, there was another path that could lead one to the peak. That path was the path of martial arts that has never been broken. In the era of magic civilization, magic was the most powerful thing, but it wasn't the only thing that existed. After all, it was simply too difficult to become a sorcerer. Just look at the current psychic masters. They were actually a type of sorcerer. It was just another name for sorcerer in this era. Of course, psychic masters weren't purely sorcerer. Most of the psychic skills were evolved from the magic passed down from the era of magic civilization. Of course, there were also some that were modified by supreme immortal techniques. I once heard from my teacher that the strongest taboo arts in the universe, the 3 Unharmodharma supreme spells, are actually immortal spells. They're the 3 supreme immortal spells passed down from the primordial immortal devil age. Therefore, psychic masters should be a higher level than sorcerer. What others knew was limited, but Lu Feng already knew a lot from Dao Song Tian. He didn't want to hide too much from Lulu, so he told her everything he knew. However, even if psychic masters were stronger than sorcerer, their bodies were incomparably weak. Perhaps when one was strong enough, one's body would also be tempered by the origin will and become stronger. However, not to mention warriors of the same level, even warriors who were a few levels weaker than them were far from being a match for them. This was even more so for sorcerer. Their bodies, even if they're magic gods who are above the gods, their bodies are at most only slightly stronger than those of ordinary primary warriors. However, in that era, there were warriors and the strength of warriors wasn't weak. After all, the number of warriors was too large. Compared to sorcerer, their growth was much smoother and faster. When warriors collided with sorcerer, 100 against 100, sorcerer would be easily killed. However, if it was one-on-one, the result would be hard to say. Once warriors got close, they would only need a light blow to kill sorcerer. This was the tragedy of sorcerer of that era. Lulu gently nodded her head. She was an alchemist, and alchemists were a branch of psychic masters. Therefore, she understood what Lu Feng said. She had a deep understanding of the weakness of psychic masters. Sorcerer was an even more fragile group than psychic masters. Therefore, they were really weak to a certain extent. However, that era belonged to the magic civilization. In that era, the most powerful people were always mages, and they were all archmages. The most powerful existence of that era, the supreme existence at the level of an overlord of an era, the primordial Dharma Supreme, was also a sorcerer. Therefore, sorcerer was able to move unhindered and suppress warriors because of War Marionette. War Marionette is a puppet warrior created by some genius sorcerer using terrifying alchemy techniques. They usually look like puppets, but when needed, they can be transformed into real warriors through the sorcerer's infusion of psychic energy. Moreover, these warriors are the most terrifying ones. They have runes engraved all over their bodies and can instantly cast spells that match their level. In addition, the materials used to create them are the real top-grade heavenly treasures, so their bodies are 10 times or even 100 times stronger than warriors. They could be said to be immortal, indestructible, and undying. If a sorcerer has a war marionette to protect him, he can cast his terrifying spells with ease. You should know that once a psychic master completes the preparation for his psychic skill, the result will be terrifying. Lulu nodded her head deeply. In this universe, there was a saying that was passed down when fighting against psychic masters. When fighting against a psychic master, do not let the psychic master make the first move. Otherwise, the battle would already be over. A psychic master who has completed his psychic skill, even if it was just one psychic master, was not someone a warrior could fight against. Because as long as one psychic master is completed, the rest can be produced continuously after the first one causes trouble. Chapter 341. Back when Lu Feng was outside Qinglan City, Lu Feng had relied on the supreme immortal technique Qing Ming Tian to suppress more than 30 perfect stage martial artists by himself. Among those martial artists, there were 4 advanced perfect stage martial artists and dozens of intermediate perfect stage martial artists. Although the last 4 high-level perfect stage martialists were not obliterated by him, the rest of the perfect stage martialists were directly suppressed to death by Qing Ming Tian. Of course, this was because of Lu Feng's uniqueness. However, if Lu Feng had been interrupted before he could use Qing Ming Tian, the result would not have been so simple. On the other hand, if a mage had the protection of an invulnerable puppet, he would be able to cast any spells without any worries. Anyone can imagine how terrifying this combination is. Legend has it that when the Overlord of the magic civilization era, the primordial lord, was at the peak of his power, he used the divine items from that era to forge a war army. That army was made up of puppet war dolls. There are 10,000 of them. Every puppet war dolls in the war army had the strength of a virtual king. In addition, they were humanoid, murderous weapons, fearless and invulnerable. Ordinary virtual kings were no match for them. The existence of the war army was equivalent to a terrifying force formed by 10,000 virtual kings, 10,000 void kings. This was simply a mythical number. The existence of 100 origin kings was enough to conquer a first-rate race. As for the 10,000 venerable void kings, they were more than enough to wipe out a peak overlord race without a god king. After listening to Lu Feng's explanation, even Lulu, who had a carefree personality, took a deep breath. After all, this was too shocking. After a long while, Lulu seemed to have thought of something. She looked at Lu Feng and asked, "Brother Futu, does this mean that the puppet war dolls are exclusive to psychic masters?" Lu Feng nodded gently. In order to activate the huge array pattern and turn the puppet war dolls into humanoid murderous weapons, they had to rely on the psychic power of a magician or a psychic master to activate it. Such psychic power was not something a warrior could provide. This was why the mid-level upheaval stage martial artist could only make the puppet war dolls behave strangely, but it was useless. Of course, if it were not for this, he would never have taken it out for auction. The atmosphere of the scene was stagnant. The puppet war dolls were too famous. Those who knew what it was were all intimidated by its terrifying name, and those who didn't know finally understood what kind of existence it was after an explanation. The mid-level upheaval stage martial artist looked at the shocked crowd with a smug look. Just as Lu Feng thought, if it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't use it, he definitely wouldn't have put it up for auction. After all, the Puppet War dolls were too useful. I don't know the specific level of this Puppet War dolls, because I am not a psychic master, so I can't see its level. Plus, I am only at the mid-level upheaval stage, so I didn't dare to ask anyone to appraise it. That's why I didn't take it out until today. There should be a lot of psychic masters at the scene. I hope someone can come out and help me verify it. This was a Puppet War dolls. There was no doubt about it. Now, its level was the most important thing. It could be said that the level of the Puppet War dolls was most clearly linked to the price. If it was only a 4th grade or 5th grade Puppet War dolls, it would not be very tempting in the eyes of the crowd. After all, no matter how powerful a 5th grade Puppet War dolls were, as long as it met a perfect stage martial artist, they could easily crush it. Now, the auction house was completely quiet. Everyone knew the horror of the Puppet War dolls, but there were very few people who would really participate in the auction. This was because this thing was clearly bought for psychic masters. It was useless for others to buy it. However, although this was the case, everyone was still very interested in the ancient war dolls that appeared in the Magic Civilization era. Finally, a psychic master slowly walked up to the auction stage. It was a psychic master from the War God clan. He had already reached the advanced stage of the King Psychic Master level. His strength was comparable to any perfect stage warrior. Of course, he was only a perfect stage martial artist. After all, psychic masters were still inferior to warriors. He walked in front of the mid-level upheaval stage martial artist. The mid-level upheaval stage martial artist did not hesitate. He respectfully handed the Puppet War dolls that had returned to its normal state to the Psychic Master. The Psychic Master of the War God clan held the Puppet War dolls in his hands, and a strange glow appeared in his eyes. This was a strange emotion that was mixed with a fiery passion. If he could confirm that the Puppet War dolls level was high enough, he would not mind using his clan's resources to purchase them. He took a deep breath, and his terrifying mental strength began to surge crazily towards the Puppet War avatar. Lu Feng's expression changed slightly when he sensed the Psychic Master's mind power. Now that his divine origin was extremely huge, the mind power it could provide could be said to be limitless. Every time he used a supreme immortal technique, the divine origin would be able to produce the consumed mind power in an instant with a slight rotation of the divine origin. If this continued indefinitely, Lu Feng's need for mind power would be completely satisfied. However, Lu Feng also understood that although his mind power could be said to be limitless, it was still lacking compared to the psychic masters. The biggest reason for the difference between the two was the quality of their bodies. The quality of the Psychic Master's mind power was 2 levels higher than that of a great Psychic Master's mind power. Although Lu Feng's strange power was very strong, its level wasn't very high. The quality of his mind power was only slightly higher than that of a great Psychic Master of the same level. It was inferior to a spiritual Psychic Master, and compared to a Psychic Master, it was even worse. If Lu Feng had the quality of a Psychic Master's mind power, then the green netherworld sky that he used would be able to suppress even a demigod. On the auction stage, the Psychic Master had already continuously channeled his boundless and terrifying mind power into the Puppet War dolls. The Puppet War dolls, which had been channeled by the Psychic Master's mind power, radiated a terrifying form. It started to swell and become bigger. After a few moments, it actually grew to the size of a normal person. As the Psychic Master continued to channel his mind power, countless armor-like objects started to appear all over its body. After a long time, the armor took shape. There was nothing unrelated about its face, as what appeared on its surface were countless extremely complicated veined patterns. Legend has it that the Puppet War dolls were engraved with countless array vein patterns. Once they received enough power, they would be able to use this level of magic. Only in this way can it be considered a true, unparalleled, murderous weapon. Now it seems that the legend is indeed true. As the puppet war dolls slowly took shape due to the infusion of Psychic Master's mind power, the audience could already see its original appearance clearly. Its entire body was the size of a normal person. A strange style of terrifying armor filled with a peerless, murderous aura quietly covered the surface of the puppet war doll's body. Whether it was the armor or the other parts of the armor, extremely complicated veined patterns crisscrossed, adding a strange and mysterious aura to the murderous aura. Soon, the true appearance of this peerless, murderous weapon will be revealed to the world. The strongest form of the puppet war dolls was also their battle form. This battle form could only be considered to have been successfully activated when all the runes were completely lit up. Currently, only the general appearance of the puppet war dolls had appeared. The runes were far from being lit up, which meant that the puppet war dolls had yet to take shape. However, even so, the Psychic Master had already begun to pant slightly. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the audience flashed. The Psychic Masters were slightly shaken, as if they had already decided on something. When the middle stage cataclysmic phase martial artist saw this scene, although he tried his best to maintain his indifference, his face was so excited that it was almost distorted, betraying his feelings. An advanced Psychic Master had used so much of his Psychic Master, but he still hadn't awakened the puppet war dolls. This already showed how terrifying the puppet war dolls were. It was at least a 6th grade weapon. A 6th grade puppet war dolls were simply not comparable to those 6th grade weapons. Even those 2 or 3rd grade weapons at the peak of the 6th grade were not comparable to this puppet war dolls. Therefore, if this puppet war dolls were really 6th grade and intact, then the price would be at least tens of billions. Excitement, really incomparable excitement. Now, the middle-level warrior only needed to wait for the Psychic Master to confirm that the puppet war dolls were not damaged. After a long time, when the runes on the puppet war dolls had lit up by nearly 30%, the Psychic Master suddenly stopped. After a moment, everything disappeared. The previously bright runes were no longer flickering. They were completely gray. The powerful and ferocious armor gradually faded and finally returned to the void. When everything stopped, the previously awe-inspiring and terrifying murderous weapon with a kind of heaven-slaughtering aura actually turned into the most inconspicuous doll from before in a few moments. Seeing this scene, everyone was slightly stunned. Then, they looked at Wang Yinshi, who had a complicated expression on his face. The middle-level warrior hesitated slightly. In the end, he still walked to the Psychic Master's side and slowly asked, "Senior, I wonder what the result of your appraisal is." Hearing this, everyone focused their attention on him. After all, the firmness of this level was related to the true value of this puppet war dolls. Feeling everyone's gaze, the Psychic Master's expression was a little strange. Of course, it was not because of everyone's gazes. He seemed to be thinking about something. After a long time, the Psychic Master sighed deeply and slowly opened his mouth. This should be a 6th grade puppet war dolls. Moreover, it's an intact one at the peak of the 6th grade. Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. A 6th grade puppet war dolls at the peak of the 6th grade. Didn't this mean that once the power of this puppet war dolls was activated, it would be equivalent to a warrior at the peak of the perfect stage? Chapter 342. Hearing the opinions of many people, those who knew everything sneered slightly. They were sneering at those ignorant people. Lu Feng was the same. "What's wrong, Brother Futu?" Lulu didn't know anything about this. Lu Feng smiled slightly and began to explain to Lulu. According to normal thinking and saying, the power of a weapon at the peak of grade 6 is equivalent to a warrior at the peak of the perfect stage. But for the puppet doll of war, this is not true. Because the puppet doll of war was originally made to be invincible among the same level. Their strength can't be completely determined and evaluated by the so-called grade of the weapon. Both weapons were at the peak of grade 6, but ordinary weapons were only equivalent to a warrior at the peak of the perfect stage. And this equivalent was obviously weaker than a warrior at the peak of the perfect stage. But the puppet doll of war was different. Any puppet doll of war had a body 10 times or even 100 times stronger than a warrior at the same level. Moreover, after being infused with mind power, not only did they have the strong body of a warrior, but they also had the terrifying combat skills and the terrifying magic power of a magician. This was completely a mobile turret. The puppet doll of war was at the same level as a warrior at the peak of the perfect stage, but it could fight against 10 or even dozens of warriors at the same time. Could such an existence be compared to a warrior at the peak of the perfect stage? So, the power of a puppet doll of war at the peak of grade 6 is terrifying. If I have to say, its power is comparable to a demigod or even a second-tier demigod. Hearing this, Lulu is also slightly dumbfounded. Compared to a second-tier deified demigod, this was equivalent to a second-tier peak grade 6 weapon. It should be known that the price of a second-tier peak grade 6 weapon was at least dozens of times higher than that of a second-tier peak grade 6 weapon. Although both of them were at grade 6, they were not on the same level. The explanations of those who really understood everything made the ignorant people who were noisy before all shut their mouths awkwardly. At this moment, they were looking at the puppet doll of war with an extremely fervent look. With the protection of such a combat puppet, wouldn't it be equivalent to having the protection of a demigod of the second tier? Although it couldn't compare to those 7th grade artifacts, how many divine object points would a 7th grade artifact cost? Perhaps because it came from the martial epic, the price of the earthen jar that was sold earlier was too high. However, the price of an ordinary 7th grade artifact was definitely above 100 billion. What about the Puppet War avatar? At most, it would be 10 billion. This price-performance ratio was already very high. However, there were very few people at the scene who truly looked fervent and wanted to buy it. These people, without exception, were all Wong's spiritual masters. Puppet battle dolls were different from tools. They didn't require too much strength to be used. If one didn't have sufficient mental strength, it would be impossible to awaken the war puppet. Therefore, for spiritual psyche masters, and even psyche masters, due to the lack of spiritual power, even if they bought it, it would be useless. Therefore, a few psyche masters and spiritual psyche masters could only look at the puppet war doll with envy like those warriors. At this moment, the mid-level upheaval phase martial artist was so excited that he did not know what to do. In his eyes, there were only divine object points. The only question he was thinking about now was how much this puppet war doll could be sold for. Was it 5 billion, 6 billion, or 10 billion? He didn't notice the strange look in the eyes of the Wong's spiritual master, who was in charge of appraising the puppet war doll. Finally, the lively atmosphere of the scene gradually calmed down. The mid-level upheaval phase martial artist walked to the front of the stage and was ready to auction it. However, before he could speak, the Wong spiritual master who was in charge of appraising the puppet war doll spoke again. Wait a moment. I haven't finished speaking yet. The Wong spiritual master's words attracted everyone's attention again. After glancing at it slightly, the Wong spiritual master said slowly, "This is indeed a peak 6th grade puppet war doll. Moreover, it is undamaged. I can assure you of that." Everyone was silent, not saying a word. They had heard this before. Now, they were waiting for the next question. However, its power is not comparable to a 2nd grade demigod like you think. The Wong spiritual master seemed to have thought of something. The corner of his eyes twitched slightly, and there was a trace of regret in his eyes. Its power is comparable to a peak demigod. That is to say, when it is perfectly awakened, this puppet war doll is actually equivalent to a 4th grade demigod in the deified domain. As soon as these words came out, everyone sucked in a deep breath of cold air. They looked at the puppet battle avatar with a fiery look on their faces. However, the only thing they could do was to show such an expression. There was nothing they could do. After all, even if these people had enough divine object points to buy it, it would be useless after buying it. In the beginning, the mid-level upheaval phase martial artist thought the Wong spiritual master had discovered something wrong and wanted to stop the auction. However, after hearing what the Wong spiritual master said, the mid-level upheaval phase martial artist went crazy. However, he was so excited that he went a little crazy. In its most powerful state, it was comparable to a fourth-grade demigod. This was almost equivalent to a fourth-grade weapon at the peak of sixth grade. It should be known that the price of a fourth-grade weapon at the peak of sixth grade was at least 50 billion. I'm rich. I'm really rich. This was the only word that appeared in the mid-level upheaval phase martial artist's mind at this moment. He knew that this time, he was really going to be rich. If he could really sell it for 50 billion, then some deities would not be as rich as him. With this money, he could completely improve his strength rapidly. When the time came, no matter how perfect he was, he could soak in the realm of time until he reached the peak of perfection. In his heart, he began to daydream endlessly. However, he did not see that after hearing the Wong spiritual master's words, the other spiritual masters had strange expressions. Gradually, many people began to realize that something was amiss. After all, the improvement of the puppet war doll's ability should have made these spiritual masters even crazier. However, looking at the current situation, it seemed that these people did not have any interest at all. In the eyes of the Wong spiritual masters, there was a look of regret. Gently shaking his head, Lu Feng also had a strange expression. However, his expression was different from the others. Looking at the people around him, Lu Feng deliberately did not hide his voice and said slightly loudly, "Lulu, do you know why these people suddenly lost interest?" Lulu was also a little puzzled. After all, so many people suddenly lost interest in the puppet war doll when it was more outstanding. This was really a little strange. After hearing Lu Feng's words, not only Lulu, but most people focused their attention on him. At this moment, Lu Feng did not hold back and said directly, "This puppet war doll is good, but the problem is that it is too good. The person who originally owned it should have been a monster in the sorcerer world in the magic civilization era, and this puppet battle doll should have been specially prepared for him. It's a pity that because it was made too good, this puppet war doll became a piece of trash instead." Trash. Nonsense. How could it be a piece of trash? A puppet war doll comparable to a peak fourth-grade demigod is definitely a divine weapon. A divine weapon. Don't think that you can talk nonsense just because you are from the Alchemist Guild. When he heard Lu Feng's explanation, the intermediate upheaval warrior, who had already discovered something, was already a little crazy. After all, trash meant that it had no value at all. From 50 billion to worthless in an instant, the difference was too big. Previously, he was still having all kinds of beautiful dreams and calculating how long it would take to become a divine existence. But in the next moment, he encountered this kind of thing. How could this intermediate upheaval warrior accept this? How could he accept this? Lu Feng could feel the madness of this intermediate upheaval warrior. Naturally, he would not care about this. Lu Feng said this because he had his own plans. However, he could not say those plans out loud. At this moment, the king's psychic master who had spoken before stood up again. He looked coldly at the intermediate upheaval warrior and directly used his mind power to shock him out of his madness. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything. This respected alchemist is right. Your puppet war doll is trash. It became trash because it was too good. At this moment, everyone was confused by the king's psychic master's words. Even a young alchemist like Lu Feng had temporarily forgotten about it. The king's psychic master did not hesitate. After smiling kindly at Lu Feng, he opened his mouth to explain, "Everyone should know that if you want to revive the puppet war doll, you need to use mind power. However, because this puppet war doll was too good, its power was equivalent to the existence of a demigod at the peak of the fourth level. This was at least 50 times stronger than an ordinary puppet war doll at the peak of the sixth level. Therefore, at the same time, its consumption has increased by 50 times. Hearing this, many people understood what was going on. If you wanted to control and revive a puppet war doll at the peak of the sixth level, you would need a huge amount of mind power. And if it were to increase by 50 times, who would be able to afford it? If no one could use it, then this thing would be trash." What Lu Feng said was not wrong at all. It turned out that it became trash because it was too good. At this moment, everyone understood the meaning of the king's psychic master's words. If it had not pursued the limit too much and made it too strong, it would not have fallen into such a deadlock. Because it was too good, it was so good that no one could withstand such a strong output of mind power, causing this puppet war doll to become trash. This really made people speechless. The intermediate upheaval warrior was a little dazed. It seemed like heaven and hell were separated by a single thought. However, in the next moment, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly shouted, "If a king's psychic master can't do it, then what about a demigod's psychic master?" This puppet war doll is equivalent to a demigod at the peak of the 4th level. It would be useful for a demigod's psychic master as well. This was not wrong. After all, a demigod's psychic master was much stronger than a king's psychic master. Unfortunately, it was a mistake to use it on the puppet battle dolls. Chapter 343. The war god race's psyche master sighed deeply. Seeing the hopeful look in the warrior's eyes, he finally spoke again, shattering the warrior's last hope. Demigod psyche masters can indeed use it. It's a pity that even a pinnacle demigod psyche master can't use it. Psyche masters are different from warriors. After entering the demigod realm, a psyche master's mind power will no longer increase. Instead, it will undergo a metamorphosis. It can be said that the 4th-tier demigod realm is also a normal step to become a deified. However, in terms of strength, it is a process of upgrading the mind power. As for the total amount of mind power, although it will increase by several times compared to the consumption of the war puppet, this increase is really not worth mentioning. The war god race's psyche master's last words finally shattered the warrior's last hope. There were people who could use it. Unfortunately, according to this theory, only god-tier masters could use it. However, would a divine master use a 4th-tier demigod war puppet? Impossible. Psyche masters and demigods couldn't use it, and divine masters couldn't. It could be said that this was possibly the most powerful 6th-tier war puppet in history. Unexpectedly, it had become a piece of trash that no one could use. Looking at the expressions of the crowd, Lu Feng's strange look became even more intense. Yes, even a pinnacle demigod psyche master couldn't use it with 50 times the consumption. However, there were always exceptions. That was Lu Feng. His mind power was not just 50 times, but 500 times or even 50,000 times that of someone of the same level. Others couldn't use it, but that didn't mean that he couldn't. However, Lu Feng's only worry now was that the level of the strange power was not enough to revive the war puppet. Everyone felt that it was a pity. After all, such a peerless weapon of the 6th-tier demigod realm was reduced to a piece of trash. This made everyone feel the same way. The intermediate upheaval phase warrior was completely at a loss at this moment. Everything had happened so suddenly that he didn't have any time to react. The only thing he could do now was to stand there blankly with a blank mind. At this moment, these people looked at the intermediate upheaval phase warrior with pity in their eyes. They could imagine that there might have been tens of billions or even tens of billions of divine item points in the past. However, because their items were too good, they ended up becoming trash and worthless. No one would be able to accept such a change. Soon, another person walked to the center of the auction stage. In everyone's eyes, this puppet of war, which was supposed to be one of the best items in this morning's auction, had already lost its auction value. However, just as everyone had given up and was preparing to look at the next auction item, Lu Feng suddenly spoke up. "Wait a minute. Hasn't the auction started yet? Why are we moving on to the next one?" Hearing Lu Feng's voice, everyone turned to look at him. Lu Feng's mental power was not the same as a warrior's level. Because of his life chart and his identity as a path entrant, a warrior's mental power had been deeply hidden. Not to mention the people present, even those almighties might not be able to see through it. However, Lu Feng's psychic level was extremely eye-catching. Of course, this was caused by Lu Feng. After all, he also needed an identity on the surface. A psychic grandmaster. For someone of Lu Feng's age, it was indeed not bad. In the human race, he was considered the top genius of a younger generation and was even on the verge of becoming an emperor. However, This kind of glory was nothing in the foreign battlefield. There was only one thing that mattered here, and that was strength. No matter how much of a genius one was or how young an emperor was, if one didn't have strength here, one would still end up falling. Here, no one would hold back just because one was a genius. As long as one didn't have powerful strength, it was useless even if one was talented. Therefore, Lu Feng's identity as a psychic grandmaster was a joke in the eyes of these people. However, when Lu Feng opened his mouth, everyone still quieted down and focused their attention on him. This was because they knew that Lu Feng was not only a psychic grandmaster, he was also an alchemist, a real third-grade alchemist. The identity of a monstrous psychic grandmaster was nothing. After all, he was just a prototype of his strength that had yet to fully mature. However, a third-grade alchemist was a little terrifying. Moreover, this third-grade alchemist was such a young existence, which made people even more fearful and shocked. Everyone knew that such a young man had become a third-grade alchemist at the level of a psychic grandmaster. Then, his future limits would definitely be incomparably bright. A fourth-grade alchemist? A fifth-grade master? These would not be his limits. Such a monstrous genius on the path of alchemy was destined to become one of the existences with the greatest right to speak in this era. It was precisely because they understood this that these people were willing to give Lu Feng face. Even if what he had said just now seemed like a complete joke and a waste of time, it didn't matter to them. Since this honorable alchemist has said so, let's let him auction first. A third-stage demigod stepped forward and spoke slowly. After speaking, he smiled slightly at Lu Feng. He had expressed his goodwill. Lu Feng also smiled in return. Seeing the endless goodwill of the people around him, Lu Feng sighed slightly in his heart. He knew that the reason for all this was his identity. Of course, this identity was his identity as an alchemist. If it hadn't been for his identity as an alchemist, he was afraid that no one would even look at him. However, Lu Feng also believed that once his real identity, which belonged to Lu Feng, was exposed, he was afraid that he would attract everyone's attention. When the time came, this attention would not be as full of goodwill as it was now. No one refuted the words of this third-stage demigod martialist. After all, if they refuted him, not only would they offend this third-stage demigod, but they would also offend Lu Feng, who was a genius alchemist with a bright future in everyone's eyes. On the stage, the mid-stage upheaval martialist, who had just woken up from his daze, heard this. However, all he could do was smile helplessly, full of bitterness. If it had been before, he couldn't wait to start the auction. But now, he hoped that this would be the end of it. After all, this change was really hard for him to accept. However, this was after all due respect. Moreover, the two people who had asked him to continue were people he couldn't afford to offend. Therefore, he could only walk back to the center of the stage helplessly. After looking at the battle puppet in his hand with a complicated expression, he slowly spoke. Many seniors and powerhouses already know all the information about this puppet war doll. Therefore, I won't introduce it further. All right, let's start the auction now. Its starting price is... In fact, the mid-stage upheaval martialist had already thought about the starting price. When the War God Clan Psychic King had confirmed its 6th grade level, he had already set the starting price of 10 billion in his heart. But now, if he were to say 10 billion, it would simply become the biggest joke in the world. Therefore, it was impossible for him to set such a price. Hesitation was just a matter of a moment. In the next moment, he had already spoken. The starting price is 10 million divine item points. 10 million divine item points was already more than his entire fortune. He didn't intend to sell it at such a price. He just wanted to step down for his own sake. In the eyes of this mid-stage upheaval martialist, although this puppet was destined to not be sold, it was destined to be. However, its value was publicly acknowledged. After all, this was a real, peerless, murderous weapon. Not to mention its function. Just its name alone was worth more than 100 million. The starting price of 10 million was already a great humiliation to its value. If it had been before the real situation was known, the starting price of 10 million would have been raised by 100 or even 1,000 times in an instant. But now, at 10 million, which was a thousandth of the normal price, no one was interested. Not even a single bid was made. The scene was unusually silent. In fact, everyone had already expected this to happen. Therefore, no one was surprised by this. After a long time, still no one made a bid. At this time, the mid-stage, upheaval martialist had completely given up. He took the useless puppet war avatar, turned around, and walked down the stage. Soon, another person had already walked to the center of the auction stage. However, at this time, another person spoke. 10 million divine item points. 10 million? Someone actually made a bid of 10 million? Although this was only the starting price. It was extremely rare for someone to be willing to make a bid for such a useless item. Sure enough, the moment they heard this voice, not only the mid-stage upheaval martialist, but also everyone present turned to look at the source of the voice. They wanted to see who the prodigal person was to spend 10 million divine item points on a useless item. However, when they saw the owner of the voice, those who had intended to ridicule and abuse all shut their mouths. There was an extremely strange look in their eyes. The reason for that was because they never expected that it would actually be the person who made the bid. The person who made the bid was none other than Lu Feng. Lu Feng wasn't determined to obtain the puppet battle avatar. After all, he could definitely meet the conditions. However, he didn't know if his mental strength could really awaken the puppet war avatar. If he could not awaken it and had to wait until he became a psychic master, then the battle puppet would really be useless. Lu Feng was confident that as long as he became a psychic master, his strength would be truly heaven-defying. At that time, he might not be able to fight against a peak demigod. Even if he used supreme immortal techniques, his strength as a psychic master might only be comparable to a first-tier demigod. However, one thing should not be forgotten: his other identity. Compared to being a psychic master, Lu Feng's warrior side was truly terrifying. When his psychic master became a psychic master, Lu Feng believed that his warrior level would be at least a peak-perfect stage martialist. A peak-perfect stage martialist would be able to suppress any peak demigod. Lu Feng still had this confidence. Therefore, when the time came, this puppet war avatar would really be a piece of trash and would be completely useless. It could be said that Lu Feng was taking a risk by purchasing it. After all, his current wealth was less than 4 million divine item points. If he really wanted to buy it, he would have to withdraw 6 million from the Wind God City auction house. Upon seeing Lu Feng's bid, these people were slightly enlightened. They finally understood why Lu Feng wanted the mid-level upheaval martialist to continue. It turned out that he had intended to buy it. The mid-level upheaval martialist looked at Lu Feng with a slightly complicated expression. Finally, he seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly said to Lu Feng, "Honorable alchemy master, if you like it, I'll give it to you." As soon as he said this, many people looked at the mid-level upheaval martialist in surprise. 10 million divine item points was already the wealth of some perfect stage martialists. However, this mid-level upheaval martialist could actually give it away directly. 10 million divine item points were nothing to those peak existences. However, for ordinary perfect stage martialists, this was already a huge sum. Lu Feng also looked at this intermediate upheaval phase warrior in amazement. He also had a trace of admiration for this warrior's courage. However, Lu Feng also understood that once he accepted it, it would be equivalent to owing him a favor. Lu Feng's character made it so that he absolutely did not want to owe anyone a favor. Therefore, he finally shook his head gently and said, "Thank you for your kindness. I appreciate it. Since there is no bid, 10 million divine item points it is. I can still afford this amount of money." Chapter 344. Everyone smiled kindly when they heard Lu Feng's words. Besides the auction house of the Wind God territory, all the auction houses and other large organizations in the entire 36 territories of the Outland battlefield also had various protection and assistance policies for alchemists. According to the potential that Lu Feng had shown, even 100 billion divine object points was nothing, let alone 10 million divine object points. Moreover, As long as Lu Feng asked, more than half of the people present would immediately take out 10 million divine object points and help Lu Feng pay for it. They did this just to make Lu Feng remember them, so that they could get a good relationship with Lu Feng when they needed him in the future. Hearing Lu Feng's words, a trace of disappointment flashed in the eyes of the intermediate upheaval period warrior. However, he did not say anything, because he did not have that many qualifications. Lu Feng did not immediately go forward to make the transaction. Instead, he turned to look at Lulu beside him and asked, "Lulu, you said that I can borrow some divine object points from this auction house temporarily. What can I apply for it?" Hearing this, Lulu smiled and said, "Brother Futu, isn't it just 10 million divine object points? It's not worth borrowing. Anyway, I still have a lot of divine object points with me. I'll help you out this time." After saying this, Lulu directly took out her identity card. Lu Feng, on the other hand, was only stunned for a moment before he made his decision. Compared to borrowing money from the auction house of the Wind God territory, Lu Feng felt that it was better to borrow money from Lulu. After all, in Lu Feng's eyes, Lulu was like a younger sister. It was better to borrow money from her. "Lulu, let's do it this way. Transfer 7 million to me. I still have 3 million divine object points in my card." Originally, Lu Feng had 4 million divine object points. However, a few days ago, he had teleported all the way here with Jia Wuyue and had spent some of it. Therefore, Lu Feng directly asked for 7 million from Lulu. This way, he would keep some divine object points to prevent any awkward situations. Lulu smiled faintly and did not say anything. She directly transferred 7 million to Lu Feng. For her, 7 million, 10 million, or even 100 billion was nothing. However, since this was Lu Feng's request, she could not make a decision on her own. Seeing that Lulu really transferred 7 million to him, Lu Feng smiled faintly. If she gave him more, Lu Feng would definitely not accept it. Even if it was just 7 million, he planned to sell some of his refined elixirs in the next few days. After coming to the front of the middle-level upheaval change stage warrior, Lu Feng took out his ID card and swiped it across the middle-level upheaval change stage warrior's ID card. The transaction was completed. Lu Feng returned to his original position with the puppet battle doll in hand. His and Lulu's seats were specially reserved for alchemists in the auction center. The surroundings were incomparably quiet. There were not many people around. Therefore, as long as the two of them did not speak loudly, no one could hear them. After taking the item back, Lu Feng sat in his previous seat. At this time, Lulu also came close. Her feeling was indeed correct. This puppet war puppet was indeed very heaven-defying and belonged to one of the most precious things. Unfortunately, because it was too high-end, it became a useless thing. However, although it could not be used, its essence was here. Such a human-shaped weapon was indeed worthy of the word treasure. Big Brother Futu, for what I can see, this thing looks like a very ordinary wooden puppet. Apart from the ancient and desolate aura, there's not much else about it. I really don't know how it turned into that terrifying, murderous weapon. After the War God Clan's Wong's psychic master had revived the War God Clan, it had once displayed a terrifying power. Although it had only lasted for a short while, the terrifying power it had displayed had still made people feel terrified from the bottom of their hearts. The powerful murderous aura was definitely not something a perfect stage warrior could possess. However, such a terrifying thing turned into a small and even a little cute puppet when it was not in use. The change was really too big. Hearing Lulu's words, Lu Feng smiled softly and took the puppet war puppet in his hand, quietly sizing it up. Lulu, this puppet war puppet can be said to be one of the most powerful manifestations of that magic civilization era. It is also the epitome of that era's civilization. Although our technological civilization era has surpassed it in terms of strength, there are still many things that can't be replicated. Among them, this puppet war puppet is one of them. The magic civilization era once gave birth to the Overlord of that era, the Primordial Lord. Therefore, this era became one of the 6 great eras. Although it was destroyed, it still left behind its own brilliant traces of civilization. Compared to the primordial immortal devil era, the current technological civilization era was the strongest era. Even in the previous era, the legendary era of martial arts prosperity, it still couldn't be compared to this era. In this technological civilization era, the nether heavenly venerable, the great demonic sky emperor, and the human race's peerless divine king, the first divine king, were born. These three were the overlords of that era. Just based on a number of overlords of that era, this era was enough to be the strongest era after the primordial immortal devil era. Moreover, in addition to the overlords of the three eras, this era also gave birth to the primordial human king. The human king's strength shone on countless eras. He even had the invincible combat strength to break through the 33 levels of the ultimate heaven. He was almost standing in a legendary realm that had never existed since ancient times. The number of powerhouses born in the technological civilization era was simply unimaginable. It was far from being comparable to the other eras of the great civilizations. Even so, the puppet war puppet that appeared in the magic civilization era still couldn't be used with magic. It had always been just a legend. Actually, it's reasonable that we can't replicate such a thing. After all, the puppet war puppet was one of the ultimate secrets in the magic civilization era. Legend has it that the primordial immortal lord once gathered all the godly items of the entire era and finally created the strongest existence in the universe, the War Core. The War Core was formed by tens of thousands of such puppet war puppets. The strength of each puppet war puppet was comparable to the virtual king. The War Core formed by tens of thousands of virtual king made the magic civilization era one of the most powerful eras among the great civilizations. There were too many legends about the magic civilization era. Of course, only psychics knew about these. After all, psychics were actually a brand new profession formed by the fusion of the immortals of the primordial immortal devil era and the magicians of the magic civilization era. Therefore, psychics paid the most attention to the magic civilization era. Hearing Lu Feng talk about these things, Lulu just listened with interest, nodding from time to time. In her opinion, what Lu Feng said was much more interesting than the following auction. Moreover, in Lulu's perception, the most valuable thing was the puppet war doll in Lu Feng's hands. She was not interested in the other things at all. After fiddling with it for a while, Lulu returned it to Lu Feng. She asked with a hint of doubt, "Brother Futu, didn't these people say it already?" This puppet war avatar was indeed decent. However, it could only be considered as a piece of trash. You already know all this, so why do you still want to buy it? 10 million divine item points was an astronomical figure for those ordinary warriors. It was the savings of a lifetime. But for someone like Lulu, it was nothing. Spending 10 million divine object points was nothing. As long as she was interested, she could afford to spend 100 billion divine object points. However, what puzzled her was Lu Feng. In her eyes, Lu Feng had always been a wise and far-sighted person. How could such a wise and far-sighted person spend money in vain? Lu Feng smiled faintly at Lulu's question. However, Lu Feng only smiled faintly and did not explain further. At the moment, Lu Feng focused all his attention on the puppet war doll in his hands. To put it bluntly, he had bought it as a gamble. After all, 10 million divine object points was not too much. Lu Feng could still afford to gamble. Lulu seemed to understand something when she saw that Lu Feng did not answer her. Instead, she focused on the puppet war doll, which had been judged to be unusable. She did not say anything. She just watched Lu Feng quietly. It was unusually quiet. Lu Feng looked at the puppet war doll in his hands and hesitated slightly. However, he eventually started to inject his mind power into it slowly. In an instant, the powerful power in Shun Yuan's spiritual sea started to riot. It started to appear continuously, and all of it surged out of Lu Feng's body. Even a spiritual force master could not possess such a huge amount of mind power. However, at the moment, Lu Feng used it very easily. It did not take any effort at all. The mind power did not disperse within the space or draw any powerful immortal techniques. The moment it appeared, It all surged into the puppet war doll in Lu Feng's hands. At this moment, Lu Feng was also filled with a nervous aura. Mind power kept pouring in, but the puppet war doll seemed to be a bottomless pit. It kept absorbing without end. There was no bottom line at all. If it had been anyone else, even a spiritual force master, they would have been unable to bear it. After all, the total amount of mind power Lu Feng was injecting had already surpassed the limit of a spiritual force master. However, this was nothing to Lu Feng. That was because to Lu Feng, the amount of energy he was expending right now was essentially nothing. Shun Yuan's spiritual sea only needed to circulate slightly to replenish the energy he had lost. Thus, Lu Feng continued his terrifying output. Of course, Lu Feng was secretly injecting his mental power into this place. Otherwise, if so many people saw his terrifying mind power, it would be too shocking. Fortunately, I have the strange object my parents gave me. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to hide it from so many people. When Lu Feng started injecting his mind power, he had already secretly activated the metal object and isolated a portion of his aura. Otherwise, how could such a huge amount of mind power not cause a commotion when he was the center of attention? Just like that, Lu Feng continued to pour in his spiritual energy. To others, he looked like he was just observing the puppet war avatar. Chapter 345. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Soon, 10 minutes had passed. However, this puppet war avatar had really become a bottomless pit. No matter how much Lu Feng poured his spiritual power into it, it still looked the same as before. There was no change at all. Finally, Lu Feng decided to give up. He knew that the 10 million was wasted. Even though his current mental power was definitely sufficient, it seemed like his own mental power level wasn't enough. I thought my mutated mental power was sufficient, but it seems like I was thinking too much. With a self-deprecating smile, Lu Feng was about to stop. However, just as he was muttering to himself and was about to pull back, Lu Feng stopped his arm. At this moment, a strange light appeared in Lu Feng's eyes. However, this light only flashed and disappeared in an instant. Finally, his movement stopped. Lu Feng slowly put the battle puppet away and placed it in his clothes. Seeing this scene, Lulu was also filled with a strange emotion. Other people paid attention to Lu Feng because of Lu Feng's identity as an alchemist. However, Lulu was different. She sincerely paid attention to Lu Feng. Therefore, at the last moment, Lulu completely grasped the change in Lu Feng's expression. "How is it, Big Brother Fudu?" Lulu looked at Lu Feng excitedly and asked. Lu Feng was silent for a moment. After a moment, he smiled mysteriously. "What do you think?" Lu Feng didn't say anything else after those 3 simple words. Instead, he focused his attention on the auction stage again. Lulu sat aside in a daze. However, soon, she seemed to have thought of something and a smile appeared on her face. Lulu was young and naive, but she wasn't an idiot. Lu Feng's behavior and the expressions of the people around her made her understand something. Therefore, she didn't ask any further. Instead, with a smile similar to Lu Feng's, she turned her gaze to the auction stage. There wasn't anything too special about the remaining items. They were all rather mysterious and didn't have much use. In Lu Feng's eyes, those things might be of great use to normal martial artists in the upheaval stage and perfect stage, but to a freak like him, they really didn't have much use. Therefore, until the end, Lu Feng didn't buy anything else. Of course, during this period, there were also things that Lu Feng was slightly interested in. It was a 6th-grade sword-shaped artifact forged during the ancient times of this era. Power was terrifying, and Lulu could sense that this artifact was not simple. It seemed to be hiding something even deeper. Lu Feng knew that according to the sword's normal form, it must have sealed an even more powerful attribute. Unfortunately, this grade 6 artifact had already revealed an ability that caught everyone's interest before it could be unearthed in the deepest part of the artifact. Therefore, the price directly soared to a terrifying level. However, the starting price made Lu Feng completely give up on bidding for it. In the end, The price of the Grade 6 artifact that Lu Feng was interested in reached a terrifying figure of 13.7 billion. In Lu Feng's opinion, even if the price matched the secret that might be hidden, it was still considered normal. Finally, with the departure of the last expert, the entire auction was completely over. At the auction, there were less than 10 items that truly belonged to the Wind God Lord. There were hundreds of items that belonged to the martial artists and psychic masters. However, the value of these hundreds of items added together was not as high as the value of any item auctioned by the Wind God Lord. However, Lu Feng didn't feel anything strange about this scene, because he knew that this was how it should be. Who was the Wind God Lord? He was a peerless almighty who could escape from the Divine King. It was very likely that he was a heaven-defying existence that had stepped into the quasi-king of life and death. However, the strongest people participating in the auction were only 2 deities. How could such a heaven-defying item appear in an auction of such a level? Many people had already stood up and were preparing to leave. At this time, Lu Feng also stood up and said to Lulu, who was next to him, "All right, Lulu, let's go. This time, when I go back, I have to hurry up and refine some elixirs. Otherwise, I really can't afford to pay back the money I owe you." Lulu smiled gently and said, "Brother Fudu's refining skills are so high, and the teacher and the president have said that you can choose the resources in the guild. Then, according to the strength that Brother Fudu has shown, I'm afraid that it won't take long for him to refine elixirs worth 7 million divine item points. A grade 3 perfect elixir was worth about 1 million divine item points. Lu Feng would probably only need a few dozen or even a dozen minutes to refine one. Therefore, 7 million divine item points meant 7 refinements. 7 refinements wouldn't waste much of Lu Feng's time. "You know so much." Lu Feng smiled and patted Lulu's head gently. Then, he turned and walked outside. As for Lulu, after a playful smile, she followed Lu Feng's footsteps. In fact, 7 million divine item points was not a big sum for Lu Feng and Lulu. Neither of them cared about it at all. However, Lulu never asked Lu Feng not to pay back the 7 million divine item points. If it were someone else, it would be strange. However, for Lu Feng, it was normal. Lulu didn't care about the 7 million divine item points, and Lu Feng was the same. However, they cared about each other. Lu Feng's character had always been like this. He always had to pay back what he owed others. This was his character. As for Lulu, it was because she cared about Lu Feng. Although they hadn't known each other for long, she could tell what kind of person Lu Feng was. If she didn't want the 7 million divine item points, not only would Lu Feng not be happy, but he would also feel very sad. Lulu naturally wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Therefore, she was very wise. Although she had made it very clear that she didn't lack anything, she had never said that she didn't want Lu Feng to pay back the money. It was precisely because Lulu didn't say those words that Lu Feng was so happy now. The two of them walked side by side towards the door. Lu Fenglai had gained a lot on this trip. Just obtaining the Puppet War avatar was a help that couldn't be exchanged for any amount of money. With the Guardian Crystal, Lu Feng wouldn't have any problem facing the Virtual King. After all, the people who had given him the Guardian Crystal were the Lu family's grand ancestor and his teacher, Dao Songtan. These two people were the Virtual King and the Virtual King. In the entire universe, there were peerless existences that belonged to a region. How could the Guardian Crystals made by them be compared to those made by deities? With the 4 Guardian Crystals, Lu Feng would be able to withstand at least 4 attacks from those below the Virtual King stage. However, being able to withstand was one thing, but what about the next? This was a foreign battlefield, where the power of the laws had been completely distorted. The Guardian Crystal simply couldn't pass through the Aslan black hole community and directly contact the Lu family's grand ancestor and his teacher, Dao Songtian. Therefore, the Guardian Crystal could only withstand a fatal attack at most. It had already lost its usefulness. In this place, any god-level existence was enough to kill Lu Feng completely after the power of the Guardian Crystal was completely exhausted after Lu Feng resisted and slaughtered everywhere. This was undoubtedly a very dangerous thing. Although deity-level existences rarely appeared in the world, there were still demigods above peak perfect stage martialists. A demigod with a first-stage domain could easily defeat Lu Feng. If it were a second stage, third stage, or fourth stage demigod, then Lu Feng really wouldn't have the slightest hope. However, it was different now, because Lu Feng had obtained that thing. He had obtained the puppet war doll. In the beginning, Lu Feng thought that he really couldn't use it. However, just as he was about to give up, Lu Feng suddenly discovered a problem. That was, he had been continuously transferring his mind power. Although the total amount of mind power he was transferring was terrifying, he was still transferring it at an average speed. Therefore, at the last moment, Lu Feng made a last-minute change and doubled the amount of mind power he was transferring in an instant. And it was this change that allowed Lu Feng to see hope. After doubling the amount of mind power, Lu Feng discovered that the puppet war doll actually had a reaction. Although it was only a slight reaction, it was enough. Big Brother Futu. Does that mean you can awaken the battle puppet? Big Brother Futu. Does that mean you can awaken the battle puppet? Lulu looked at Lu Feng with a happy face. Lu Feng nodded gently and said with a smile, "Although it's a little difficult, I can really awaken it. As for the specific degree of difficulty, I have to go back and slowly study it." When she knew that Lu Feng could awaken the puppet war doll, Lulu wanted to ask Lu Feng to demonstrate it to her directly. After all, she still had a deep impression of the awe-inspiring appearance of the puppet war avatar when it first appeared. However, now that she heard Lu Feng say this, Lulu knew that her idea was probably impossible to achieve. Fortunately, Lu Feng also said that although she couldn't succeed now, there wouldn't be any problems after some trial and error. In that case, she wasn't in such a hurry. She hopped around and grabbed Lu Feng's arm. The two of them walked slowly towards the exit. Lu Feng stopped in his tracks. His eyes shone with an unprecedented light. He stood there quietly and sighed deeply. He slowly said, "Why do I always encounter such things? It was like this when I met Tu Tianshan in the Cultivation Technique Pavilion. Now it's like this again. Is it because I'm destined to clash with this alternate dimension?" He sighed helplessly. This was true helplessness. Although he was sighing helplessly, there wasn't any helplessness in his eyes. Because at this moment, Lu Feng was filled with dread, a kind of unprecedented and shocking dread. He had never thought that he would enter such an environment just by participating in an auction. He hadn't even stepped out of the auction's door. Chapter 346. Lulu, didn't you say that the Wind God Territory's auction venue is under the jurisdiction of the Wind God Territory? Then why? Who could be so unscrupulous here and arrange all this calmly? Lulu didn't understand. She really didn't understand why Lu Feng said these words. She looked at Lu Feng in a daze and asked slowly, "Big Brother Futu, what's wrong with you? What's wrong?" Lu Feng smiled bitterly and sighed deeply. He looked at the calm auction venue and said, "Lulu, can't you see? See? See what?" Lulu looked around blankly. However, no matter how hard she looked, she couldn't see anything. "Big Brother Futu, there's nothing strange around here. Everything is very calm. What's wrong?" Upon hearing this, Lu Feng shook his head slightly and said slowly, "Yes, there's nothing strange around here. It's very quiet, very quiet." Lu Feng's face was full of speechless strangeness. As for Lulu, after hearing Lu Feng's explanation, she finally understood something. Her face became extremely pale and ugly at this moment. Lu Feng was right. There was nothing strange here. It was very quiet. However, this silence was the biggest abnormality and the biggest problem. Just now, it was the end of the auction. Many people had just finished participating in the auction. At this time, they should have left. And this was the only way out. However, there wasn't a single person here. Could it be that this was wrong? Was it still normal? Lu Feng stood quietly where he was. He had experienced far too many things. He had even seen a martial art avatar that had betrayed him. Although these things were incomparably dangerous, they weren't enough to cause him much fear. However, Lu Feng was slightly surprised by Lulu. This was because he realized that Lulu had completely calmed down after a slight panic in such an environment. It seemed like she was already used to this situation. This made Lu Feng very surprised. "Lulu, aren't you afraid?" Upon hearing this, Lulu responded with a smile. It was a faint smile that didn't match her age at all. This smile seemed to have experienced countless vicissitudes of life. When he saw it, Lu Feng felt a faint heartache. He knew that Lulu must have had a painful past that she didn't want to recall. "Big Brother Futu, this time I've implicated you." His voice was actually trembling slightly. It was a kind of regret that came from the depths of his heart. It was a kind of complicated emotion that was intertwined with countless other emotions. When he heard this voice, Lu Feng felt his heart tremble slightly. He didn't know why he felt this way, but when he saw Lulu's sorrowful expression, Lu's heart also felt. Gradually, Lu Feng smiled. "Implicate me? It's okay, I'm all ready. Back then, your sister-in-law almost caused me to die." Lu Feng was really used to it. Back then, because of Mu Xun, he had been hunted down by the martialists of the Han family. At the time, Lu Feng, who had been a mid-level warrior, had actually faced the martialists head-on. Fortunately, he hadn't died. When she heard this, Lulu raised her head slightly in surprise and looked at Lu Feng's smiling face. After looking at him for a long time, when she was sure that Lu Feng wasn't being perfunctory, Lulu finally forced a smile. However, this smile was so forced that it made one's heart ache. Lu Feng didn't care. He just reached out and gently smoothed the wrinkles at the corners of Lulu's eyes. And at that moment, everything around them changed. Everything was slowly disappearing. In an instant, the resplendent and magnificent architectural space had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a hazy space. This place was full of illusory colors, as if a real world had been dominated by a powerful force, and then turned into an illusory era. Lu Feng couldn't feel any sense of reality here. This place seemed like an illusory world. Looking at everything in front of him, Lu Feng was slightly surprised. When he looked at Lulu, he found that the girl had an unusually complicated expression on her face. After a while, Lulu sighed softly. The complicated expression on her face became more and more intense. After a long time, she said slowly, "Big Brother Futu, do you know where this place is?" Lu Feng shook his head gently and just looked at Lulu quietly. Lulu sighed deeply and felt deeply helpless. This is the illusory world. In the illusory world, Lu Feng frowned slightly. However, his eyebrows suddenly trembled. His eyes were filled with astonishment. He looked at Lulu, took a deep breath, and said slowly, "Do you think this is the illusory world? Is this the illusory world that belongs to the Tiandao race in the legends?" Lulu smiled bitterly and nodded. She knew that as long as she said the words illusory world, Lu Feng would definitely know. This illusory world was really famous. The Tiandao race was one of the top overlords in the universe. It was a race that had been passed down since the beginning of this era. Although it couldn't compare to the human race or the emperor race, which could be considered the top race, the Tiandao race was an extremely mysterious race. Its strength lay in its strangeness. Besides the sacred race, it was the most mysterious race in the entire universe. The place where the Tiandao race lived was an extremely dangerous environment. It could be said that if the human race had lived in such a world, it would have been impossible for them to become the overlord race they were today. Even if the first divine king, the human monarch, and other heaven-defying existences had appeared, it would still be the same. Everything was because the Tiandao race's living environment was too harsh. However, they had still become an overlord race. They were even one of the oldest overlord races. It could be said that the reason for their rise was because of the existence of this illusory world. Big Brother Futu, you might not know this, but this illusory world wasn't actually obtained from someplace. Its origin was actually condensed. It was found by an almighty existence of the Tiandao race, who found a suitable inner world in an ancient burial ground. Then, they used a special secret technique of the Tiandao race to transform it and finally condense it into a world. Lu Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He knew that the reason the Tiandao race could develop and grow in such a harsh environment was because of the existence of their race's secret technique. The most special secret technique of their race was said to be an existence that could condense a world. This condensed world seemed illusory, but it really existed. It was this illusory world. In the illusory world, everything was there. Although it seemed illusory and like an illusion, it really existed. In it, one could cultivate and live. It was also because of the existence of the illusory world that the Tiandao race could grow and develop. It was also because of this that they could become one of the top Overlord races in the universe. According to legend, the illusory world was created by an almighty existence of the Tiandao race who entered the depths of the universe and found a habitable place in those ancient shattered worlds. Finally, they used the Tiandao race's secret technique to create it. However, Lu Feng now knew that everything was not as he had imagined. This illusory world was actually created by many almighty beings of the Tiandao race who found a suitable inner world in the countless burial grounds. This truth shocked Lu Feng. Of course, what shocked Lu Feng even more was Lulu. He didn't know how Lulu knew about this. This was because Lu Feng believed that this matter should be considered a secret in the entire Tiandao race. However, in the next moment, Lu Feng seemed to think of something and looked at Lulu. Seeing Lu Feng's strange gaze, Lulu smiled. Big Brother Futu, you guessed right. Besides the bloodline of the human race, I do have another bloodline. This bloodline is the bloodline of the Wuling bloodline of the Tiandao race. After saying this, Lulu didn't look at Lu Feng again. Silence. This time, Lu Feng was really silent. The Wuling bloodline. Lulu actually had the bloodline of the Tiandao race's Wuling bloodline. It was actually like this. In an instant, Lu Feng figured out a lot of things. He finally understood why Lulu had such a heaven-defying ability to sense the hidden value of those artifacts. It turned out that she was actually the successor of the Wuling bloodline. The Wuling bloodline was known as the supreme imperial family of the Tiandao race. Although they weren't the strongest bloodline in the Tiandao race, their bloodline was recognized as the most noble existence. In ancient times, the Wuling bloodline had given birth to 7 divine King Supremes. It could be said that the Tiandao race's current status was inseparable from the sacrifice of the 7 divine king bloodlines. Therefore, in the Tiandao race, although the Wuling bloodline had lost its peak power in the past, its status hadn't wavered in the slightest. They were fully deserving of the title of the #1 imperial family of the Tiandao race. The Wuling bloodline had a legendary talent, the ability to appraise treasures. They seemed to be born with a special ability to sense unparalleled divine objects. It was because of this that the Tiandao race was able to find so many amazing treasures time and time again, allowing them to constantly grow stronger. Lulu had the inheritance of the Wuling bloodline, so it made sense that she had such a special ability. However, Lu Feng didn't ask why because he already saw the sadness in the depths of Lulu's eyes. Lu Feng vaguely understood a little. He knew that the relationship between Lulu and the Wuling bloodline was definitely not good. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said something like implicating him when she saw this illusory world. Sensing that the illusory world around him was becoming more and more real, Lu Feng's expression gradually calmed down. In the illusory world, the most illusory state was the state of descent. Only when it was completely real could it be considered a truly complete illusory world. When he stretched out his hand, he could already feel the actual existence of those things. Lu Feng sighed slightly. He stretched out his hand and gently pulled Lulu to his side. Lulu, who was pulled by Lu Feng, was slightly taken aback. Big Brother Futu, when he saw Lulu's startled expression, Lu Feng deliberately put on a straight face and said, "What's wrong? Do you feel that you're not a pure human and implicated Big Brother Futu? So you think Big Brother Futu should blame you?" Lulu nodded in a daze, but after a moment, she reacted and shook her head fiercely. This time, the smile on her face was no longer the bitter, helpless, and complicated smile from before. Looking at this smile that was filled with true joy again, Lu Feng also smiled. Or perhaps he valued the human bloodline very much. In his heart, the human race was fully deserving of the title of Master of the Universe. It could be said that he had a serious racial bias. However, this kind of thinking was something that anyone would have. In addition to these thoughts, Lu Feng also had a tolerant heart. Not to mention that Lulu was half human. Even if Lulu was completely of a different race's bloodline, Lu Feng would never have any other feelings. As for the unknown calamity that might befall Lulu this time, Lu Feng could not say anything about it. After all, no one could have thought of all this. Big Brother Fudu will not blame me. Never. Lu Feng chuckled, but didn't say anything else. That was because the surrounding world had finally started to fully materialize. It had become a completely real scene. This was a natural world. There were mountains, rivers, seas, forests, trees that were over 100 meters tall, and a boundless azure sky. It was like a fairyland, a true fairyland on Earth. However, Lu Feng did not feel like he had entered a fairyland at all. At this moment, his eyes were filled with incomparable caution. Lu Feng knew that what was hidden in this illusory world was an unparalleled danger. Finally, in the next moment, Lu Feng's eyes flashed with a peerless sharpness. That was because he could sense. Chapter 347. Far away in the sky, a violent fluctuation slowly spread over. At this moment, the wind no longer blew and the clouds no longer moved. Time froze, space froze, everything seemed to have completely frozen. In the next moment, a figure slowly walked out. He was wearing the moon and the stars, and was covered in multicolored light. He looked like a god that was being praised by millions of living beings. He was the incarnation of the greatest being. With every step he took, golden lotuses would bloom from the ground, and auspicious signs would descend from the sky. All the beautiful praises in the world would appear here. Lu Feng's expression became more and more serious, more and more strange. It was heavy because the strength of this descender was too terrifying. It was weird because he was glad that this descender's strength was not something he could not sense. With a light step, he crossed countless galaxies. He appeared in front of the two of them, just like that. The moment he slowly landed on the ground, the entire Earth seemed to be nourished by some kind of life force. Flowers bloomed, and heaven and earth resonated. He was an existence of the heavenly Tao race. Lu Feng could clearly see this. Moreover, he was definitely in existence with an extremely noble status in the heavenly Tao race. Moreover, Lu Feng could be sure of one thing. This was a monstrous existence, an unrivaled, supreme, monstrous existence. He was not inferior to Jia Hua Wuyue who appeared before. He was not inferior to Lu Luo, whom Lu Feng had met before. He was not inferior to anyone else. He walked gently and finally arrived in front of Lu Feng and Luo. Lulu looked at him with a strange expression. However, Lu Feng could feel that Lulu was afraid, because her hands that were grabbing his arm were slightly trembling. Lu Feng smiled faintly. He stretched out his hand and gently grabbed Lulu's trembling arm. He gave her the strongest support, allowing her to face everything bravely in this moment of confusion and fear. Lu Feng's arm seemed to have given Lulu the courage to face everything. Finally, her arm stopped trembling. At this moment, Lulu raised her head for the first time. It was the first time that she bravely looked at the man who seemed to be loved by the heavens and earth. "I didn't expect you to come this time." Lulu's voice was trembling slightly, but Lu Feng could clearly feel that this was no longer a tremble of fear. This was a kind of trembling caused by the excitement in his heart. Lu Feng could clearly hear the emotions in her voice. It was filled with a strange hatred. When the noble man heard Lulu's voice, a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. He sighed softly and slowly spoke. "Cousin, you should know that even though I am the current crown prince of the Tiandao clan, there's still some things that I cannot arrange. I'm just a crown prince. I'm not the master of the divine path. nor am I one of those supreme elders with immense power. There are some things I can't change. Lu Feng was silent as a trace of turmoil appeared in his eyes. He had already guessed the identity of this terrifying monster, but he had never expected this monster to be the current crown prince of the Tiandao clan. The crown prince of the Tiandao clan. What a noble status. If one really wanted to talk about it, his status was much more noble than the young masters of the super families in the Federation. Even Jiahua Wuyue, the sacred race's Shengzi, couldn't compare to him in terms of status. After all, although the sacred race was terrifying, it was publicly acknowledged that it was only a peak first-rate race. In the entire galaxy, the number of people who could match him could be counted on one hand. In the entire human race, only Lu Feng could match the status of the crown prince of the Tiandao clan. One of them was the current crown prince of the Tiandao clan, the number one figure of the younger generation. The other was the publicly acknowledged number one monarch of this era, the direct descendant of the human monarch. The two of them could be considered equal in status. Besides Lu Feng, even the Yuyo clan's Yuyo Tongran, who was known as West Earth's Emperor Rong, couldn't match the status of the person in front of him. After all, although the Yuyo clan's primogenitor emperor, the Divine King, was in existence with two levels of the Divine King mythological taboo domain, the Wuling clan of the Tiandao clan had also produced two levels of the Divine King mythological taboo domain. In fact, there was more than one Divine King. Lu Feng didn't know why the current crown prince of the Tiandao clan had personally come for Lulu. One had to know that if his identity was exposed in this foreign battlefield, the commotion it would cause wouldn't be much less than Lu Feng's. Seeing the helpless expression of the most noble existence of the younger generation, Lu Feng was unusually silent. There were some things that he understood. Many peerless monsters were known as monsters and had limitless glory. Among the younger generation, they could look down on all existences. However, in the end, they were only part of the younger generation. If they were placed in their own clans, there were many people with greater authority than them. At the end of the day, this was because they were only geniuses. They hadn't reached the great accomplishment realm yet, so they didn't have the strength to make everyone fear them and retreat. Of course, if they were like Lu Feng, who could be called a peerless monster, the result would be different. After all, Lu Feng was the young master of the Lu family, whose authority was equal to that of the head of the family. Lulu was still staring coldly at the crown prince of the Tiandao clan. Her icy voice seemed to be able to freeze the air in time. That's why you came. You came here to detain me back to the Tiandao clan and make me accept the arrangements of those bastards. You want me to walk that sorrowful path? Why do you have to do this? Why do you have to do this? Isn't it enough that you sacrificed my mother far from enough? Is that why you want to sacrifice me? Do you want me to follow in my father's footsteps and become sorrowful in the end? Why do you have to do this? Why do you have to do this? Is it because I have the blood of the Wuling bloodline in my body? Is it because I have this damned bloodline in my body? Lulu's voice gradually became more and more frantic. Her emotions were written all over her face, and she had no intention of staying any longer. Lulu's eyes were already red and swollen as she thought about the past and the final look she had given her mother. Tears had already flowed down her cheeks and stained her clothes. Lu Feng wanted to say something, but he realized that he really couldn't say anything. In the end, all he could do was gently pull the pitiful girl into his arms. The crown prince of the Tiandao clan could only watch helplessly. He saw Lulu's pain, listened to her scolding, and felt her helplessness. In the end, he couldn't say anything. When he heard Lulu's sobs, all he could do was sigh softly and stand in place, unable to speak. After a long time, as if he couldn't wait any longer, the crown prince of the Tiandao clan finally opened his mouth. Lulu, I understand all of this. I know that this is unfair to you. However, the blood flowing in your body is indeed the blood of the Tiandao clan. I know that you still have the blood of the human race and the greatest bloodline of the human race. But so what? They have never acknowledged your identity. They don't even acknowledge your grandfather, who is a powerful powerhouse. Compared to us, They are even more ruthless. Therefore, come back with me. The crown prince of the Tiandao clan had already walked over. He reached out his hand and tried to pull Lulu back. However, Lulu, who had already gotten up from Lu Feng's embrace, took a step back when she saw his outstretched hand. Fear flashed across her eyes. The crown prince of the Tiandao clan's arm froze in midair as a trace of sorrow flashed across his eyes. He knew that if Lulu went back, she would meet a tragic end. However, he still had to do this because this was his responsibility. The title of Crown Prince of the Tiandao clan represented not only incomparable glory, but also a glorious identity and exceptional talent. More than that, it was also a kind of responsibility. He had to consider the race and give up his own feelings. When his feelings and responsibility were placed on a scale, he chose the responsibility. Lulu, this time, I have to bring you back. For this operation, an old ancestor has personally awakened and descended to stop your grandfather. Furthermore, in order to isolate your master, Grandmaster Void Spirit, and Grandmaster Wangwei from probing, we have used the last favor that the Wind God Overlord owes the Tiandao clan. Therefore, this time we cannot fail. You can only come with me. After saying this, a trace of determination finally appeared in his eyes. The crown prince of the Tiandao clan once again reached out to Lulu. He didn't hide anything. Since he had already made up his mind, he would no longer hesitate. Indecisiveness would lead to chaos. The crown prince of the Tiandao clan understood this very well. However, just as his arm was about to touch Lulu, another arm appeared. Just like that, it appeared in the path of the Sky Dao clan's crown prince's arm, completely blocking him. When she saw this, Lulu looked at the owner of the arm and revealed a trace of emotion. She said softly, "Big Brother Futu, this matter has nothing to do with you. You don't have to interfere. You can't imagine how powerful they are. It's not worth it for me. Therefore, you should leave." After saying this, a strange radiance appeared on Lulu's face. She actually walked directly toward the crown prince of the Tiandao clan with a resolute radiance in her eyes. "Cousin, I can go back with you. However, I want you to promise me that you won't harm him. As the crown prince, you should be able to do this." His voice was filled with endless coldness, without the slightest trace of emotion. Although she was calling him cousin, it was incomparably ear-piercing in the ears of others. The crown prince of the Tiandao clan looked at Lulu with a complicated expression, but didn't say anything. His gaze had already turned to the owner of the arm, Lu Feng. The two of them looked at each other without any superfluous words. There was only endless silence. Chapter 348. After a long time, the crown prince of the Tiandao race spoke slowly with a strange expression on his face. "You are Futu, right? I've obtained information about you." Lu Feng nodded gently. His identity was not a top secret, so it should be easy to find out. After all, the crown prince of the Tiandao race had just said that. The previous wind god Horde Lord owed the Tiandao race a favor. Moreover, Lu Feng also believed that with his identity as a member of the Tiandao race, it would be easy for him to have an intelligence network that covered everything in the foreign battlefield. Seeing Lu Feng nod gently, he admitted his identity. The crown prince of the Tiandao race's expression became extremely cold at this moment. His voice was filled with murderous intent. "Then, who exactly are you?" "You are Futu, but who is your real identity?" Lu Feng smiled, but did not answer. He knew that the crown prince of the Tiandao race had already sensed it. Although Lu Feng had the protection of the life chart method, there were some things that could not be completely blocked even by the barrier of time and space. Lu Feng was a monster, and there were very few people in the world who could compare to him. Similarly, the crown prince of the Tiandao race was also one of the young true supremes with a glorious status. Regardless of identity or aptitude, he was a peerless genius of an era. Although the two of them had yet to reach the realm of great success, they were still far from the highest limit of the younger generation, the demigod realm. However, just because they did not set foot in it did not mean that they were not strong enough. nor did it mean that they would never have the potential. These two supreme evildoers represented the ultimate fighting power of the current era. They would be the ultimate fighting power in the current universe many years later. It was widely acknowledged that even the supremes of the universe would be born among them. It could be said that they were the true pinnacle of the younger generation in the universe. Now, there were two supreme monsters. One was an ultimate monster who had surpassed the peerless monsters and reached the level of the king of massacre. One was a genius who looked down on all geniuses since ancient times, a supreme overlord who looked down on all monstrous geniuses. Once the two of them met, they would be able to sense the world-shaking power within each other's bodies. This is something that can't be concealed or concealed by anything. Therefore, the moment he saw Lu Feng, the Tiandao race crown prince understood that this was definitely not the legendary freak Fudu, who had the potential to become a celestial emperor, because his true strength was far from what Fudu could compare to. Since he was Fudu, it could only mean one thing. Lu Feng chuckled, but didn't respond. Instead, he turned to look at Lulu. Lu Feng's eyes flickered to Lulu. That's right. At this moment, his gaze was filled with endless love and guilt. Lu Feng understood. Slowly, Lu Feng walked to Lulu's side. Looking at this sad child, Lu Feng's heart trembled slightly. He finally understood. He finally understood. He finally understood why he had such feelings and why he cherished Lulu so much. After a long time, Lu Feng finally opened his mouth. You said that the Tiandao race is still willing to take in someone like Lulu who has a different bloodline and is still willing to give her a stable environment. Is that so? Is that so? Silence. This time, the Tiandao race's crown prince was silent. He looked at Lu Feng without saying a word. If it was someone else, he might have admitted it. After all, he was the Tiandao race's crown prince. Behind him was the most ancient Overlord race in the world. It was the most powerful Overlord race that had existed since the beginning of this era. Whatever he said was what it was. But now, he couldn't say such high-sounding words in front of Lu Feng. This was because he could feel the existence of this person of the same age as him. He could feel his greatness and unparalleled. This was a kind of incomparable nobility that shocked people and made them unconsciously want to submit. How could such a noble and peerless existence travel alone? Therefore, he really couldn't say these words. Who exactly are you? This was the second time the Tiandao race's crown prince had asked Lu Feng this question today. However, he still received a smile in return. It was just that this smile was no longer the same as before. This time, it was just as cold as his expression. Perhaps because you are from the Tiandao race, you can say everything in such a high-sounding manner. But is that really the case? Who do you think you are? Why do you have to control everything about others? Yes, you took Lulu in your race. But is the reason for all of this really just to take in her, a clansman with your bloodline? Do you really have the face to say that? Lu Feng's words became more and more agitated. He even vaguely sounded like a roar. He was really agitated. When he saw this scene today, Lu Feng really couldn't bear it anymore. Therefore, he had lost his usual modest image. This time, he had even attacked the entire Tiandao race directly. The cold light in the Tiandao race's crown prince's eyes became even more obvious. His arms were faintly trembling, as if he was ready to attack at any time. The voice was heard for the third time. Who exactly are you? His anger was boundless, and he vaguely seemed like he was about to attack. However, Lu Feng smiled. This time, it wasn't a calm smile. It wasn't a cold smile. Instead, it was a third kind of smile. It was a completely mocking smile. Who am I? Lu Feng didn't look at him anymore. It wasn't because he was afraid. It was because he only had eyes for Lulu. He walked to Lulu's side, stretched out his hand, and gently patted her tear-stained and sorrowful face. Lu Feng's smile changed again. This time, it was full of guilt, sorrow, and helplessness. Lulu, do you hate them? Lu Feng gently stretched out his hand and pointed at the Tiandao race's crown prince. Lulu just looked at him with a complicated expression. Then, without hesitation, she nodded fiercely. Hate? Why wouldn't I hate them? How could I not hate them? If it weren't for them, my grandmother wouldn't have fallen into such a state. If it weren't for them, my grandfather wouldn't have suffered for his entire life. If it weren't for them, my mother wouldn't have married him. In the end, it would have been such a tragic ending. I hate them. Although the strongest bloodline in my body is the Tiandao races, I have never admitted that I am a member of the Tiandao race. Lulu's voice was so mournful that the Tiandao crown prince's expression kept changing. However, he really couldn't refute her words. This was because what Lulu said was actually true. He also felt helpless when it came to this cousin of his, who had suffered a bitter fate. However, he was the Tiandao crown prince. Behind him stood the entire Tiandao race. In his heart, personal feelings could never be compared to the race. Therefore, he still spoke up. Lulu, whether you are willing to admit it or not, you are a member of the Tiandao race. However, you are indeed a member of the Tiandao race. As a member of the Tiandao race, you have to be responsible for your own race. Come back with me. For this, I can let him go. For the first time, she stretched out her sparkling, jade-like arm and gently pointed at Lu Feng. Although he was unwilling, no matter what, he had to take Lulu back. This was because her existence was related to the heavenly Dao race and the Wuling bloodline. She was their greatest hope. Lulu fell silent when she heard the crown prince's words. After a long time, she finally raised her head. She didn't say anything. She just quietly looked at Lu Feng. There was a kind of attachment and helplessness in her eyes. Big Brother Futu, I know that your name isn't Futu. Although I don't know your specific identity, Lulu knows that you are sincerely good to Lulu. You really treat Lulu as your little sister. The time I spent with you was very short, but Lulu was really happy. Lulu didn't have many friends since she was young. Lulu wasn't a pure Tiandao race member, let alone a human. Therefore, in their eyes, Lulu was a freak. Because of this, no one was willing to get close to Lulu. Lu Feng listened quietly. Although he was smiling, there was a bit of light in his eyes. He had felt Lulu's sadness, her helplessness, and her vicissitudes of life. However, he hadn't expected that Lulu would go through so much. So much. None of this had anything to do with him, but it was an unshirkable responsibility for his bloodline. If he hadn't known, then he wouldn't have known. But now he saw it. He knew. Then, how could he not care about it? How could he watch Lulu continue to be sad, continue to be helpless, and continue to suffer that calamity? How could he Lu Feng let go? Big Brother Futu, thank you. Although you aren't Lulu's brother, in Lulu's heart, you are closer to her than her brother. You should go. Although cousin Wang Qingyun is the crown prince of the Tiandao race, he treats Lulu the best in the Tiandao race. I know, he has too much helplessness and has no choice. But this time he promised not to make things difficult for you, so he definitely won't make things difficult for you. Big Brother Futu, I hope that in the future you will remember that you once had a brother who treated you as his own. Little sister, Lulu turned around. She didn't look at Lu Feng again. Only a string of sparkling tears remained. She knew that the time had come. Now was the time for her to leave. If she stayed, then the one who would be implicated would be Lu Feng. Her last gaze was so empty, so helpless, and so sad. This gaze made Lu Feng's heart twist fiercely. At this moment, he recalled the indescribable pain in his heart when he saw Mu Shuyan's final farewell on the Mu clan's planet. That kind of heart-wrenching sadness. He really didn't want to go through that kind of pain again. Chapter 349. Finally, at the very last moment, before Lulu left, Lu Feng stretched out his arm. His hand gripped Lulu so tightly that she couldn't even move an inch. Lu Feng chuckled softly. However, there was a tender look in his eyes. He exerted a little force and pulled Lulu back. There was a slight reproach in his expression. You said that you would treat me like a big brother, Lulu. From today onwards, you will be my little sister. If no one acknowledges your status as a human, then I will. If no one gives you warmth, then I will. If no one is willing to accept you, then I will. From today onwards, you, Lulu, are a member of the human race. No matter who it is, if they have any ideas about you, then they'll be my enemy. No matter where I go, I'll kill anyone who dares to oppose me. At this moment, Lu Feng was the true martialist Lu Feng. He was the one who had dared to stand at the pinnacle and challenge the human monarch ancestor, Lu Feng. Lulu stared blankly at Lu Feng. She had never seen Lu Feng like this before. In her eyes, Lu Feng was an alchemy master, and an alchemy master was a type of psychic master. Psychic masters were synonymous with nature. They were people who were full of elegance and indifference. But at this moment, Lu Feng had completely overturned her understanding. It felt as if this was the first time she was seeing Lu Feng. The Tiandao Crown Prince saw that everything that had been perfect had actually been destroyed by Lu Feng. At this moment, he no longer held back his ice-cold, killing intent. The Tiandao race is one of the top overlords of the entire universe. What right do you have to be an enemy of the Tiandao race? You are fighting against the Tiandao race. The Crown Prince of the Heaven Dao had finally revealed his domineering might. He was one of the most monstrous existences in the current era. Although he had yet to reach the peak of the human realm, his existence was still something that countless living things looked up to. He owed Lulu, so he tolerated her in every way possible. However, he didn't owe Lu Feng anything. If Lu Feng provoked him, then he would accept it. His majesty was beginning to recover. The Tiandao Crown Prince knew that it was useless to say anything. If he wanted to decide everything, then he had to fight. If he won, then Lulu would leave with him. If he lost, then there would be nothing left to say. As he looked at Lu Feng, his eyes were filled with the most terrifying majesty and extreme overbearingness. In the current universe, there were only a few people who could challenge him. Unless they were geniuses who had been famous for a long time, there was no one else who could match him. Therefore, now that he had met Lu Feng from the depths of his heart, he longed for a fight. "No, I will leave with you. Brother Futus, you can go now. This isn't a place, is a place. Although you're a freakish genius in alchemy, these things aren't what you can participate in. Even my teacher couldn't change the ending, so it's even more impossible for you. So you can go. Don't stay here, leave. Go." Lulu stretched out her hand and kept pushing Lu Feng, although she didn't know where the exit of this illusory world was. In her heart, as long as Lu Feng left this place, then everything would be fine. She knew her cousin's strength better than anyone else. She knew that once her cousin took action, then everything would be irreversible. Unfortunately, Lulu was only an intermediate psyche master. Her strength was really too weak. Compared to Lu Feng Lai, the difference was immeasurable. Therefore, she couldn't shake Lu Feng at all. Lu Feng stood quietly in the distance, looking at the Tiandao Crown Prince who was beginning to gather his aura and erupt. The Tiandao Crown Prince was the same. It seemed that they both understood that the battle between them was unavoidable. Lu Feng didn't make a move. Finally, the Tiandao Crown Prince opened his mouth for the last time. "You, what identity do you want to use to fight me? Is it Futu? Is it the identity of the pill Dao Genius?" Or he gently stretched out his finger and pointed at Lulu. "Or is it the same identity as me?" As her cousin, Lu Feng still didn't say anything. He didn't seem to feel anything strange about the Tiandao Crown Prince's words. But beside him, the incomparably sorrowful girl was completely dazed at this moment. She had heard it. "My cousin," she stared blankly at Lu Feng, as if she couldn't believe what she had heard. Her cousin was the Tiandao Crown Prince, the number one person among the younger generation of the Tiandao race. However, he said that Lu Feng wanted to fight as her cousin. Lu Feng wasn't a member of the Tiandao race. Therefore, this cousin of hers had nothing to do with her Tiandao bloodline. If that was the case, then this so-called cousin was his other identity, his other cousin with the bloodline of the human race. I heard my grandfather say that. His bloodline is the greatest bloodline in history. No one in the entire universe can compare to it. Although he didn't tell me clearly, I can guess what that bloodline is. Lulu's voice was very low. It was so low that it made one's heart ache and tremble. However, in the face of this, Lu Feng couldn't say anything. He couldn't do anything. After all, he didn't have the right to say anything. Suddenly, Lulu looked at Lu Feng and asked slowly, "Big brother Futu, your surname is Lu, right?" "Surname Lu." Lu Feng could only be surnamed Lu, because at this moment, Lulu had completely understood. She finally understood why she was so close to Lu Feng, why she was so willing to trust him and tell him all her secrets. It turned out that the reason for everything was because his surname was Lu. Lu Feng no longer had a smile on his face. In the end, he gently nodded his head. "Lulu, you are Grandpa Sharon's granddaughter, right?" Lu Xiaoran was an exceptional genius of Lu Feng's grandfather's generation. He was an absolute descendant of the Lu family. He was an exceptional genius, second only to Lu Tao in the Lu family's recent era. Lu Feng had heard his father mention him during his stay at the Lu family. Back then, Lu Xiaoran had been unparalleled and peerless. He had been a true apex genius of that era. Although he couldn't be compared to Lu Tao, who had the potential to be a divine king, he was still a well-deserved, exceptional genius. He was a peerless genius at the peak. With the help of the Lu clan, such a monstrous genius could definitely enter the king's realm in the shortest amount of time and become one of the most honorable existences in the world. However, in the end, the Lu clan cut off his name. Lu Xiaoran's name was taboo in the Lu family. No one could mention it, and no one wanted to, in front of the Lu family's elders. Even Lu Tao didn't want to mention his existence. No one had told Lu Feng why he had been cut off from the Lu family's bloodline. Lu Feng had no way of knowing either. But now he knew. The reason for all this was because his lover was a member of the Tiandao clan. The Lu family didn't rely on marriage to strengthen the family. However, the Lu family's wife had to be a human. This was something that could never be changed. It simply couldn't be changed. The Lu family had the bloodline of the human monarch. The human monarch's bloodline absolutely couldn't be tarnished in the slightest. Lu Feng understood that the wife Lu Xiaoran had chosen was of a different race. She even had the royal bloodline of the Tiandao clan. This was something the Lu family couldn't tolerate. It was probably because of this that they had finally cut off Lu Xiaoran's bloodline from the Lu family. When she heard Lu Feng mention her grandfather's name, Lulu fell silent. In the end, she nodded her head gently. At this moment, Lu Feng was completely certain of Lulu's identity. He sighed softly, then reached out his arms and gently pulled Lulu into his embrace. Lulu, on the other hand, only trembled slightly before she finally stopped resisting. As he looked at the girl in his arms and felt the slight dampness on his chest, Lu Feng knew that they were wrong. The Lu family was wrong. Regardless of whether it was the elders who had made the decision back then or the members of the Lu family who still hadn't acknowledged Lulu's identity, they had all been gravely mistaken. Lu Feng wouldn't allow such a mistake to continue. His place was the final destination. Thus, Lu Feng gently pushed Lulu away and gave her his warmest smile. "Lulu, wait for me for a while. Just a while. In a while, your cousin will take you home." As soon as he said that, Lu Feng immediately took out a guardian crystal from his chest. It shattered instantly, allowing the power of the guardian crystal to envelop Lulu's body. Lulu looked at the changes around her. She wanted to say something or do something. However, she was already completely under Lu Feng's control. All she could do was stand there among the guardians and stare blankly at Lu Feng. With a single step, Lu Feng covered a huge distance. In the next moment, he arrived in front of the Tiandao crown prince. "Lulu, this is my cousin. She is a human. I don't care how much of the Tiandao race's bloodline runs in her body. However, I admit that she is a member of the Lu family. She is a member of the human race. If the Tiandao race refuses to admit it, if you think that my words are a provocation, then take them as a warning. You can treat it as a provocation." Lu Feng's voice was overbearing. His face was filled with an extremely dignified air. This was the most terrifying kind of strength. It was a firm conviction that wouldn't back down in the slightest in the face of anything. The Tiandao crown prince took a deep breath. The moment he had found out about Lu Feng's identity, he had already known that things wouldn't be easy. Although the Lu family was just a family, It was the #1 aristocratic family in the current era. In the past, the Tiandao race, which was a peak Overlord race, wouldn't have been so afraid. However, things were different now. A few months ago, the human race had been in turmoil. Two quasi-life monarchs had actually emerged from the Liu family. Quasi-life monarchs with human monarch bloodlines. What did this mean? Perhaps the entire universe knew. It meant that once one's bloodline boiled, it would burn to the limit. This was equivalent to possessing the fighting strength of the Divine King. Back then, the Devil race had been very ambitious. Under the leadership of the new Divine King, the Demon King, they had wanted to encroach on the human race. However, back then, the human race and the Liu family had only produced one quasi-life monarch, who had severely injured the Demon King. This had caused the originally rising Overlord race to wither away in an instant. In the end, it had come to a sad end. It could be said that once a member of the Liu family's bloodline became a quasi-life monarch, there would be an existence that even Supremes would be afraid of. However, this time, the Liu family had produced two quasi-life monarchs. What kind of concept was this? What kind of fighting strength was this? This meant that in the entire universe, just the Liu family alone was stronger and more terrifying than many peak races. Therefore, as a member of the Liu family, he had the confidence to say such words. However, did he really have the qualifications to represent the Liu family? However, in the next moment, he understood. The Tiandao crown prince finally understood and confirmed that this Fudo truly had the qualifications to represent everything. This was because he had said his name. Human race's Liu family's Liu Feng, title, Emperor Liu Feng. At this moment, the Tiandao crown prince's eyes shone with the most dazzling light in history. This was a light that seemed to shake the entire universe and affect the entire space-time. This was a kind of incomparably excited tremor. Title, Emperor. What a tyrannical title. If it was anyone else who wanted to obtain this title, they would probably die without a burial ground. This title meant that one would become an emperor among emperors and suppress everything. Which existence that could become the king of massacre wasn't proud? Who wouldn't be able to look down on all monsters? If an emperor suddenly appeared above their heads, none of them would admit it. Unfortunately, when the title of emperor was placed on the name Liu Feng, all the unwillingness, resentment, and negative emotions vanished into nothingness. Because this name had the qualifications to possess everything. Other than him, even the other kings of massacre did not have the slightest qualifications to obtain the name of the emperor. Looking at the figure in the sky, filled with boundless tyranny, the Tiandao crown prince laughed. Actually, I should have thought of this long ago. Apart from you, who else in the Liu family can make me so eager to fight? The Eastwater Luo Emperor is indeed not bad. In the current world, he is a peerless monster at the peak. However, in my eyes, he is just so-so. Although his current strength far surpasses mine, in the future, he is destined to be surpassed by me. Therefore, you cannot possibly be the Eastwater Luo Emperor. He cannot compare to you, far from you. Chapter 350. In the current Liu family, other than the Eastwater Luo Emperor, there is only the #1 prodigy of the Milky Way, Emperor Liu Feng, who has stirred the entire human race in recent months. The Tiandao crown prince sighed. In fact, he should have thought of this. According to legend, Emperor Liu Feng was the #1 prodigy of the current era, the most terrifying prodigy of this era. He was said to be on par with the human kings, surpassing the overlords of this era. This was undoubtedly inconceivable. However, in the end, he caused the divine king of the other tribes to attack him, and in the end, no one knew where he ended up. Emperor Liu Feng, in the Battle of the Massacre Abyss, he single-handedly fought against 5 peak emperor domain level emperors of massacre, revealing his peerless talent. Then, he went to the real Massacre Abyss and only returned after 5 days. Such talent was practically the greatest talent in this epic. It was only below the overlords of the 3 great sects and the sovereign personages. If it is you, then everything can be explained. But, according to legend, Weren't you captured by the divine king of the other tribes? Could it be that all of this is fake? Is this fake news deliberately released by the human race in order to hide your existence? This was the only possibility the Tiandao, crown prince, could think of. After all, if he fell into the hands of the divine king, even if he was a prodigy of the Emperor Dao domain level who was on par with the overlords of this era and the human kings, there was no hope of survival. Unless, of course, he had already broken into that realm and become an invincible existence, a true supreme youth. However, was this possible? The Battle of the Kings had not yet begun. This was absolutely impossible. Lu Feng smiled slightly, but did not explain anything, because everything he had experienced could not be explained. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's fight. This time, let's fight for Lulu. I, Lu Feng, will not back down in the slightest. A slightly crazed look appeared in his eyes. This was a special sign when Lu Feng decided to unleash his full strength. If he continued to hide his strength in front of the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Tao, he would be completely suppressed. Although he was known as the #1 monstrous talent of this era, Lu Feng knew that the number of monstrous talents in this era was unimaginable. Jiao Huayue had once said that this era was an incomparably chaotic era, that this era was the most magnificent era in the recent countless eras. Many monstrous geniuses in the Imperial Dao domain would appear continuously, and many monstrous geniuses in the King Dao domain would appear as well. Even the legendary peak-level monstrous geniuses in the Monarch Dao domain, who were said to be able to challenge the Emperor Dao domain, which belonged to the overlords of the epoch, would also be revived. It could be said that in such a chaotic world, there was no true #1 monster. There were only endless battles and collisions of blood and killing. In this era, the competition was no longer about the supreme of the universe or the peerless divine king's karmic position. In the eyes of many existences, only the overlord of that epoch was their eternal pursuit. Looking at Lu Feng, who was brimming with battle intent and imposing aura, the crown prince of the heavenly Tao had a strange look in his eyes. Your Majesty, this is an incomparably chaotic era. The number of monstrous geniuses that appear in this era will reach a shocking number. In this era, there will be countless supreme monstrous geniuses. Monstrous geniuses in the Imperial Dao domain will emerge one after another, and monstrous geniuses in the Monarch Dao domain will also be revived one after another. For this reason, they will continue to fight for the qualifications to enter the Emperor Dao domain and become invincible existences in the Emperor Dao domain. You should be able to feel this as well, right? It's just that I didn't expect that the two of us would be the first to clash. There are so many supreme monstrous geniuses and so many supreme monstrous geniuses. It's actually you and me who are at the peak of the Monarch Dao domain, who will clash first. The Crown Prince of the Heavenly Tao sighed slightly. He didn't expect that he and Lu Feng would be the first to clash. One had to know that he, the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Tao, was the ultimate existence hidden by the Heavenly Tao race. He was also the fundamental guarantee that the Heavenly Tao race would be able to establish itself in this era and ultimately prosper. He wanted to fight a decisive battle with those peak monstrous geniuses in the Monarch Dao domain and fight for the hope of entering the Emperor Dao domain at the final moment. But now, he and Lu Feng, the two peak monstrous geniuses of the Monarch Dao of the two universes, were actually clashing in such a place before either of them had achieved great success. Lu Feng was speechless, but a shocking battle intent appeared in his eyes. To be able to challenge someone who could surpass 4 minor stages meant that they were monstrous geniuses in the Emperor Dao domain. And to surpass 5 minor stages meant that they were at the peak of the Emperor Dao domain. Monstrous geniuses at the peak of the Emperor Dao domain were the emperors of slaughter. Across the billions of races in space-time, there were existences who could enjoy the treatment of supreme youths. And to surpass 6 minor stages meant that they were monstrous geniuses of the Monarch Dao. As the name implied, monstrous geniuses of the monarch Tao were the kings of slaughter. They were peerless existences with the potential of the divine king. In the past, Lu Tao had been in existence at the peak of this domain. Legend had it that in Lu Tao's final battle, he had slaughtered everyone and shocked the galaxy. In the end, he had forcefully reached the 7th minor stage, which was the legendary peak of the monarch Tao domain. If it hadn't been for the Netherworld race's peerless ancestor, the Netherworld king, who had reached the divine king domain, who had broken Lu Tao's path to becoming a divine king, Lu Tao would have been destined to become a divine king. However, even though his path to becoming a divine king had been broken, Lu Tao's hope of becoming a divine king had never been cut off, because he was a peak monstrous genius of the monarch Tao. Such a monstrous genius was publicly recognized as a peak monstrous genius of the monarch Tao, who would definitely become a supreme. A peak monstrous genius of the monarch Tao was already publicly recognized as an existence at the peak of the monarch Tao. And legend had it that once an incomparably brilliant golden era appeared, a large number of monstrous geniuses of the monarch Tao would be born. So much so that even the peak monstrous geniuses of the monarch Tao that only appeared a few times in an era would appear. And at this time, many monstrous geniuses would have a heaven-shaking collision. They would collide all the way from the mortal domain and finally break through the path of the gods. They would break through the path of the true gods, heavenly gods, and even the path of the virtual king. At that time, they would meet in the domain of the quasi-king of life and death to determine the ultimate existence. And that existence would be the legendary existence that could enter the forbidden domain of the monarch Tao. It would be the monstrous genius of the monarch Tao who could surpass the monarch Tao of the monarch Tao and challenge all opponents of the monarch Tao. Lu Feng, who could surpass the monarch Tao of the monarch Tao to battle, was a peak monstrous genius of the monarch Tao. And his current opponent, the pinnacle existence of the universe's younger generation, the crown prince of the heavenly Tao, was also a peak monstrous genius of the monarch Tao. Although Lu Feng was confident that he had walked further than them in the domain of the monarch Tao of the monarch Tao, his true realm was only that of a peak evolution stage martial artist, compared to the crown prince of the heavenly Tao in front of him, who had already reached the perfect stage of the monarch Tao. He didn't have the slightest advantage to speak of, so much so that once they collided, Lu Feng didn't have the slightest ability to change hands. After all, the difference between the two was too great. But could he retreat? Under such circumstances, could he, Lu Feng, retreat? He couldn't. He couldn't. He was the Emperor Lu Feng. He overlooked the past and the present. He was eternal and undying. How could he possibly retreat? This was stupid. This was irrational. But Lu Feng understood why he needed so much rationality. He was Lu Feng, the one and only Lu Feng in the current universe. Why should he care about those things? Call him stupid, call him childish. This was Lu Feng. This was the one and only Emperor Lu Feng, Crown Prince of the Heavenly Tao. No matter what, let's fight. I, Emperor Lu Feng, will fight you with everything I have. The Crown Prince of the Heavenly Tao's fighting spirit was ignited, and he also began to go slightly crazy. His aura began to slowly blossom, as if the world was collapsing, and time became nothingness. Emperor, your talent is peerless, and people say that you are invincible in this world. Only a few of us, who have been hidden by the major races for countless eras, can compete with you. But now you can't. Your strength is still too weak. Defeating you like this is my sorrow. I, Wang Qingyun, am the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Tao. My status is noble, and I am supreme among the younger generation. I am invincible. Then I will suppress to the same level as you and fight with you. Let's see who is the #1 supreme among the younger generation. The Crown Prince of the Heavenly Tao had his own pride. In the current world, he was one of the most powerful geniuses. In the entire era, there were only a handful of people who could be compared to him. He was one of the most promising geniuses to compete for the position of Emperor and the position of Overlord. Such people were born with incomparable pride. How could he defeat Lu Feng in such an unfair battle? If he won, it wouldn't bring him any benefits. It would even leave him with a shadow. This would make his future path to becoming an overlord even more difficult. Therefore, if he wanted to fight, he had to use the same combat strength. He wanted to prove that he was also a peak-level genius in the sovereign realm. He was stronger than Lu Fenglai. The dazzling light in his eyes was completely burning. The crown prince of the heavenly Tao slowly stood up. One step, another step. It was as if he was stepping on a supreme stairway to heaven. He slowly walked up to the void. At this moment, endless Sanskrit chants sounded. The praise of time, the chanting of time, and billions of auspicious signs descended, embellishing the luxurious and solemn movements. This was the universe's praise, a description of the greatest existence. Even fate had to praise them. When the crown prince of the heavenly Tao burst out with all his might, the entire universe would have to look at him, standing quietly in the void. Only Lu Feng was left in his eyes. And Lu Feng was the same. The crown prince of the heavenly Tao race, Wang Qingyun, title, Heavenly King. The young master of the human Lu family, Lu Feng, title, Emperor. The battle between the two kings had begun. In the ancient space-time, the hidden chaotic palace was filled with the laws of criminal law. Countless divine objects were being carved. Those riches that were enough to make any god go crazy were now being carved into decorative embellishments. They were quietly displayed, endlessly luxurious. After a few breaths in this terrifyingly huge, deep, chaotic, and dangerous palace of death, a pair of eyes slowly appeared. There was no face, no body, nothing existed. The only thing that appeared was a pair of eyes, those bloodthirsty, mysterious eyes. Is it going to start now? The voice faintly sounded. There was no origin, no destination. It was born just like that, from an unknown origin, and disappeared into nothingness. Isn't this what we want? Compared to those supremes, giving it to them is the most suitable. Another similarly empty voice rang out. It seemed to have no roots or roots. That's right. We've waited for countless years. We've planned everything for this moment. Finally, it's here. The fated battlefield has begun. The battle between the kings has appeared. This is the fourth time in this era, and also the last time. We have waited for so long. Finally, the time has come. The third voice sounded. There was still no fluctuation of emotion, as if the owner of this voice was emotionless. Silence. They're still too weak, too weak. Now is not the time. We still have to wait. The final voice sounded, ending everything. An instant later, the chaotic palace once again returned to complete silence. Chapter 351. In the illusory world, the moment Lu Feng unleashed his full combat strength, the moment the Tiandao crown prince suppressed his realm and unleashed his full strength, the billions of true peak existences in the entire universe were all awakened. They had already sensed the appearance of this earth-shattering collision, the intertwining traces of fate colliding. Many hidden, ancient, monstrous geniuses walked out of their sealed palaces one after another. They knew that from the moment the two great kings clashed, the prelude to a golden era had already begun. Lulu stared blankly at the sky, at the two people who had completely separated after just one collision. At this moment, her thoughts were completely unable to keep up. Although she was only a mid-level psychic, she had seen many things. The number of existences she had seen was uncountable. Even though the mighty figures in the King realm were terrifying, she had seen a few of them. However, even though she had seen so many existences, the shock that the two people in the sky gave her was still too terrifying. She had never imagined that there would be such monstrous geniuses. They were only at the peak of the evolution period, but they could actually unleash such shocking combat strength. Emperor, I know that this is not your true combat strength. Don't hold back anymore. Since I have already decided to fight this time, I will fight until I go crazy. Boil your bloodline and unleash all your trump cards. We are all kings, the final protagonists of this era. If we want to fight, let's fight the greatest battle. Let me see how terrifying you, the most talented emperor in the universe, are. The moment the Tiandao Crown Prince finished speaking, he no longer held back. His power extreme, Dao, had recovered, and his power had begun to fully bloom. In an instant, the power belonging to the divine king's bloodline began to boil and burn endlessly. After sealing his strength, the Tiandao Crown Prince's strength was also at the peak of the evolution period. However, at this moment, when he fully unleashed his strength actually broke through all obstacles and directly shattered the endless shackles. In an instant, the shackles of the upheaval period warriors disappeared. The Tiandao Crown Prince had actually directly stepped into the realm of perfect period warriors. In the current universe, there are only a handful of people who can directly step into the imperial realm with just the power of their bloodline. There is no doubt that this person was not a direct descendant of the Divine King, so there had to be a bloodline seal. However, there are only a few big families and clans in the entire universe that can surpass the 5th stage and enter the peak of the Emperor realm. Even if the Divine King clan had a bloodline seal, the strongest realm they could reach after igniting their bloodline was the 4th Order Emperor Dao domain. On the other hand, there were only a few types of bloodline powers that could attain the peak of the 5th rank of the Emperor Dao domain. Our Wuling lineage has given birth to 7 peerless Divine King, and 3 of them are at the level of the Sovereign of Time. This was the accumulation of countless years. It allowed our bloodline power to reach an unprecedented level. So, merely relying on the strength of my bloodline, I, Wang Qingyun, am a monstrous genius at the peak of the Emperor Dao domain. Beginner perfect stage warrior. From the realm of a peak evolution stage martial artist, just by completely awakening his bloodline, he instantly entered the realm of a beginner perfect stage martial artist. Such a bloodline was enough to make people tremble in fear. However, in the face of this, Lu Feng smiled indifferently. In the next moment, a shocking shadow also appeared behind him. It was the phantom of a king. He overlooked the past and the present, and he intimidated the eternity of time and space. He was the most terrifying existence in the history of the human race, and he was the greatest peerless existence in this era. The phantom of the human king appeared. Breakthrough, breakthrough, breakthrough. Lu Feng broke through even more crazily. The power of his bloodline was shocking to the extreme, leaving everyone speechless. In an instant, the level of a perfect stage martial artist was shattered. In the next moment, Lu Feng also entered the level of a beginner perfect stage martial artist. This was the bloodline power of the first king since ancient times. Behind the crown prince of the heavenly Dao were 7 ancient phantoms. Any one of them had the strongest power that could frighten the reincarnation of time and space. However, at this moment, the 7 phantoms completely retreated in front of the phantom of the human king, which was not very tall and sturdy. They retreated. They seemed to be under some kind of terrifying suppression. The 7 phantoms of the divine king, which did not have any consciousness, actually retreated in front of the phantom of the human king. Such a scene made the crown prince of the heavenly Dao sigh slightly. He knew that although his Wuling bloodline had given birth to 7 supreme divine king, and 3 of them were supreme of time. However, compared to the human king, he was still too far away. The human king was the first king since ancient times. His strength transcended eras. The edge of the human king pointed directly at immortals and demons. I hate the heavens for allowing me to live in the same era as the king. It is sad to live in the same era as the human king. In his era, even the glory of the overlords of the eras was dim. The human king's bloodline is worthy of being the #1 bloodline in this era. Although he did not want to admit it, the crown prince of the heavenly Tao could not deny it. The human king's bloodline was the #1 bloodline in this era. Hearing such praise, Lu Feng smiled faintly. This smile was so mysterious, so strange. Shatter, shackles, a faint voice was heard. In the next moment, Lu Feng's aura burst forth once again. This was a kind of aura that surpassed the limit, an aura that made countless living beings tremble. At this moment, the human king seemed to have walked out of an ancient era. He seemed to have crossed the river of time and space and returned to this era once again. The corners of the crown prince's mouth twitched slightly. He felt Lu Feng's aura break through the shackles again. He took a deep breath. He knew that he had underestimated Lu Feng. He had underestimated the human king's bloodline. He actually reached the King Dao domain just by relying on the power of his bloodline. Is this the terrifying power of the human king's bloodline? The crown prince of the heavenly Tao, Wang Qingyun, went slightly crazy. The human king's bloodline was incomparably heaven-defying. It could make the universe tremble in fear. However, it seemed that the human king's bloodline was too terrifying. Therefore, the #1 bloodline since ancient times had never given birth to the divine king. Even an existence with the shackles of the bloodline could not be born. Even so, the people with the rich bloodline of the Lu family were already comparable to the bloodline sealers of the divine king's bloodline. Back then, Godslayer Lu Tao was invincible for an era. He killed until the younger generation trembled in fear. However, even someone as strong as him could only reach the peak of the Emperor Dao domain after burning his bloodline completely. I didn't expect that you would have already reached such a level. Finally, Lu Feng completely released the power of his bloodline. After releasing all of his bloodline without holding back, his power broke through all the shackles and rushed directly to the level of a perfect mid-level martialist. This scene made people tremble in fear. Just the power of his bloodline had already stepped into the King Dao domain. This was without a doubt something that had never happened before in history. Even the Sky Dao Crown Prince was seeing this for the first time. The human king behind Lu Feng became even more condensed. At this moment, the human king seemed to be alive, as if he had really walked out of a sealed era. His existence was to rule, to make everything in his era submit to him. The crown prince of the heavenly Tao could clearly sense the 7 supreme illusions retreating behind him, and he could sense their fear. This was a difference in the quality of their origins that could not be erased by anything. He took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with shock. However, at the edge of shock, there was also a kind of passion and excitement. If Lu Feng had only said those calm words, then he would not have been worthy of him making a move. He had sealed his cultivation in order to face Lu Feng head-on. He wanted to prove that he was the #1 freak in the world. He, Wang Qingyun, was the freak who was most qualified to enter the Emperor Dao domain. With a wave of his hand, he mobilized the power of heaven and earth. It was as if the entire space and time were supporting him. At this moment, the Sky Dao Crown Prince, Wang Qingyun, did not use any terrifying support. This was because he wanted to see if Lu Feng was qualified enough for him to continue supporting him. He softly spat out a word. In an instant, the void fluctuated. Countless ancient chains appeared, looking malevolent. This was the power of law. It was a high-level existence in a universe that surpassed the power of heaven and earth. Just one word was enough to mobilize the power of law. At this moment, the Sky Dao Crown Prince finally revealed why he was called the strongest freak in the history of the Sky Dao race. The illusory world had become a real battlefield. Any leakage of the power here was enough to easily obliterate a perfect stage martialist. If Lulu had not known all this, she would never have believed that the cause of all this was just 2 martialists whose strength had been suppressed to the evolution stage. Endless chains of law appeared from all angles. They could crush the void as they slowly moved towards Lu Feng. However, in the face of this, Lu Feng only smiled faintly. It was the kind of smile that controlled heaven and earth. It was the kind of smile that dominated everything. Everything had to submit to him. In the end, he only raised his arm slightly. In the face of the countless chains, Lu Feng softly said, "Suppress, suppress, suppress." It was a complete and utter suppression, without any reservations. At this moment, Lu Feng did not hold back at all. This was the most powerful killing move, the most terrifying suppression. When he sensed the sudden change in the sky Dao Crown Prince's expression turned solemn. He had already sensed the difference in the dusky sky. Using the power of a piece of heaven to completely suppress the other party. Why have I never heard of such a psychic cultivation technique? This kind of power is definitely not something that any psychic cultivation technique can compare to. This is an immortal technique. This is definitely an immortal technique. He is indeed worthy of being recognized as the most promising existence in this era. He has even mastered a supreme, immortal technique. Terrifying, really terrifying. Qing Ming Tian. This was the supreme immortal technique that Lu Feng had mastered, the Qing Ming Tian. In the past, Lu Feng had used the Qing Ming Tian 13 times in a row outside Qinglan City. He had directly smashed the ground within 100,000 miles of Qinglan City into nothingness and completely suppressed more than 30 perfect stage cultivators to death. Lu Feng's strength was simply indescribable. At this moment, in this illusory world, he was facing a true, peerless enemy in this lifetime. Therefore, Lu Feng no longer held back. Suppress, law, suppress. Law, suppress, suppress. The Sky Dao Crown Prince kept using the power of law. This illusory world was bestowed by the elders of the Sky Dao clan and was completely controlled and refined by him. In this place, his power had increased by a lot. However, at this moment, in his own domain, he was actually completely suppressed by Lu Feng. He had almost lost all ability to resist. Chapter 352. Lu Feng's Qingming Tian was really too powerful. The power that erupted was already close to that of a mid-level perfect stage warrior. However, this continued. This completely overwhelming power was more terrifying than a high-level perfect stage warrior's attack. After all, this was a piece of heaven. Finally, the power of law was no longer a match for that heaven. With one step, the Crown Prince of Tiandao retreated. Although it was only a small step, he still took a step back. With a gentle wave of his arm, an even more extreme power was born. Lu Feng, as expected, I can't compare to you just by relying on the power of bloodline. The human monarch bloodline is worthy of being the #1 bloodline in the world. Lu Feng didn't make a move from beginning to end. He just used the cultivation method of a psyche master to constantly consume his strength. However, because of this, the Crown Prince of Tiandao understood even more how terrifying Lu Feng was. He believed that once Lu Feng really used the power of a warrior, then relying on the strength of a mid-level perfect stage warrior, a beginner perfect stage warrior would definitely not be able to resist. He had already confirmed one thing from the collision just now. That was, Lu Feng had the qualifications to make himself stronger, to allow him to further unleash his trump card. Rhombus power. In his mouth, for words softly came out. At this moment, the sound of shackles shattering faintly came out. And it was also at this moment that the Crown Prince of Tiandao's aura changed. The shackles of the beginner warrior had disappeared. What replaced it was the aura of a true mid-level perfect stage warrior. He had already entered the King Path domain. Rhombus power was one of the supreme powers recognized by the universe in the current era. It was a supreme power that was comparable to the power of the heaven-defying bloodline and the great demonic power that appeared in Lu Feng. The reason why the so-called evildoers could fight against the heavens was because they controlled countless heaven-defying supreme powers. With the recovery of Rhombus power, the Crown Prince of Tiandao became even stronger. He looked at Lu Feng, and his expression was strangely cold. His voice slowly rang out. We are both 6th-level king path domains. Between you and me, let's fight. The punch swept across the sky and easily shattered everything. The green netherworld sky, which was formed once again in the void, was struck into nothingness. Looking at the current generation, even those ancient existences who had been stuck in the perfect intermediate stage for countless years could not produce such a blow. But in the eyes of these two monsters, it was just an ordinary attack. Lu Feng gave up on the power of Psychic because he knew that in such a confrontation, the power of Psychic would not be of much help at all. His opponent was a true evildoer, one of the top evildoers in the universe. In order to fight against him, Lu Feng had to use his most extreme strength. The endless bloodline had already burned to the point of madness. Lu Feng could feel his entire body trembling. Such a change finally gave him the urge to do everything he could and shatter everything. Kill! In the sky, two fists that had penetrated space and time slowly collided. The contact only lasted for an instant, but this moment felt like an eternity. It was as if the calm surface of a mirror had been shattered. Countless cracks had appeared in the void. Invincible, invincible. The two of them were only at the middle stage of perfect stage, but the power that was produced was enough to instantly annihilate any middle stage martial artist who encountered it. After an instant, two figures flew out. Countless amounts of bright red blood spread out. Traces of blood slid down in the air. Lu Feng stood still in the distant space and time, his face filled with unprecedented fanaticism. The dark red at the corner of his mouth was so obvious, but Lu Feng seemed to turn a blind eye to it. In his eyes, there was only that figure who was also in an incomparably sorry state, but also burning with fighting spirit. Good. Very good. Lu Feng smiled. This was an incomparably crazy and bloodthirsty smile that was terrifying. But in the eyes of the crown prince of the heavenly Tao, this smile was so comfortable and so happy. Emperor, you are indeed worthy of me fighting with all my strength. In my clan, there is no one in the same realm who can make me fight with all my strength. Although there are those ancient existences to spar with me, how can such sparring partners make me crazy? Since you and I have met here, since the Emperor and the Heavenly King have met here, then let's not waste this opportunity. The battle of the two kings start with us. The figure disappeared again. In the next moment, the crown prince of the heavenly Tao appeared directly beside Lu Feng. This speed was like teleportation, making it impossible for people to feel and grasp. But facing the sudden appearance of the crown prince of the heavenly Tao, Lu Feng did not panic at all. It was that unparalleled killing intent that shook everything, and the final collision that made space and time tremble. Heaven and earth shook. At this moment, the illusory world was once again shaken to the core. Once again, they were sent flying in vomited blood. But before they could recover, they were once again engaged in a battle. Fist after fist, they gave up defense and relied entirely on the power of their bloodline to recover. This was a truly crazy collision, a collision that made everyone tremble. They forgot everything, allowing flesh and blood to fly, allowing themselves to be injured endlessly, but they did not retreat in the slightest. In their eyes, this was no longer an illusory world. This was the stage that belonged to them. As the two greatest monsters in the world, since they had already collided in advance, then the real victor and loser must be decided. This was their monstrous dignity. Power of the Yellow Springs. At the moment when the craziest moment arrived, the crown prince of the heavenly Tao finally released his trump card, his strongest trump card. The second supreme power. This was the supreme power that made him a true peak 7th rank monstrous genius of the monarch realm. It was also a supreme power that surpassed the power of Rhombus, a supreme power of the extreme Tao. The endless world died and shattered. In the void, a will seemed to be born. Its birth separated the chaos and shattered the universe. The aura of death spread and began to condense, finally forming the purest power of death. Power of the Yellow Springs, this is my strongest support. Emperor, I am titled Heavenly King, but in the land of the Yellow Springs, my title is King of Hell. I am the only king in the land of the Yellow Springs who has truly controlled the power of the Yellow Springs. The land of the Yellow Springs, that was the universe's death training ground that was named after the Massacre Abyss. But compared to the Massacre Abyss, the land of the Yellow Springs was more terrifying, more extreme. Entering there was not for any title, nor was it for any glory. Every existence that entered there was for one goal. That was the legendary power that controlled the truth of death, the power of the Yellow Springs. Unfortunately, from the birth of the land of the Yellow Springs until now, there were only a few who could borrow the power of the Yellow Springs, but there was never one who could control it. And now, the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Tao appeared. He was actually the first existence in history to control the power of the Yellow Springs. Shatter, the endless shackles, frenzied shouts, and endless trembling. At this moment, the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Tao had forgotten everything. In his eyes, there was only Lu Feng. His fighting spirit was boundless. He wanted to fight for his glory, for his future path as the Emperor of the Heavenly Tao. He wanted to go crazy. Finally, the ancient world grinding plate was fully manifested. It ground all matter from the chaos, obliterating the chaos, everything, into the only aura of the Yellow Springs. The endless aura of the Yellow Springs poured into the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Tao's body, causing his power of power to skyrocket without any limit. Lawless, the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Tao was truly lawless at this moment. As a monstrous existence at the peak of the sovereign realm. In addition to his bloodline, he also condensed the power of the rhombus, which was a heaven-defying enhancement. He even had the power of the Yellow Springs, a power that no one had ever controlled. Perhaps if Lu Feng did not appear, he would be unbeatable in this world. But there were no ifs. Lu Feng existed, and compared to him, Lu Feng was even more extreme. Feeling the endless power of the Yellow Springs that seemed to be able to obliterate everything, Lu Feng's eyes became even more resplendent, the bloodthirsty light almost materializing. All the injuries on his body had completely disappeared under the boiling of his bloodline. At this moment, Lu Feng had already returned to his peak state. Finally, it shattered. 7th level, peak of the sovereign realm. Emperor, I have already reached the peak of my life's greatest blessing. What about you? Let me see what your 7th level of fighting strength is. The power of the Yellow Springs turned into a sparkling battle robe, adorning the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Tao. At this moment, his body turned into an incomparably tall and sturdy existence. Now that the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Tao had shattered the 7th level, he had truly entered the peak of the sovereign realm. The current him, his fighting strength could no longer be described as heaven-defying. Even if a true high-level perfect phase warrior appeared in front of him, he would be easily suppressed and completely crushed by him. Lu Feng's blood was already burning, and Lu Feng's heart was incomparably violent. Since his debut, this was the craziest battle he had ever fought, and the most thorough burning of his blood. Lu Feng could no longer suppress the terrifying fighting spirit. He could no longer suppress the crazy battle in his heart. The power of the Yellow Springs. This is the power of the Yellow Springs? Good, good, very good. 7th level, shatter for me. Great demonic true body. The golden essence appeared and spread around Lu Feng's body. At this moment, the void seemed to reflect the ancient long river of time and space, and from the long river, a supreme existence slowly walked out. His body was surrounded by the essence of demonic transformation that surpassed everything. It was the most thorough power of the great demonic true body. Finally, the incarnation stopped behind Lu Feng. At this moment, the phantom of the human king began to fade and finally disappeared completely. Similarly, The terrifying existence of the great demonic true body also slowly faded and finally disappeared. However, the moment the two phantoms completely disappeared, a brand new existence appeared, gently standing there. It seemed to be the intertwining of time and space. His face was blurred and was endlessly hidden. His entire body was surrounded by an extremely noble aura. It was the power of an emperor that made everything submit. The golden color and the color of the golden emperor intertwined, rendering a kind of demonic essence, a kind of king's glory and glory. At this moment, Lu Feng slightly opened his arms. He seemed to have become one with the demonic existence. He was the demonic emperor. With a wave of his hand, heaven and earth shook. The cycle of reincarnation fell, and time died. The current battlefield was no longer a battle of bloodlines. It was no longer an ordinary battlefield. Here, there was no collision of the Divine King's bloodlines. Here, there was no collision of the Divine King's phantoms. In the past, the ancient illusion behind the crown prince of the heavenly Tao, Wang Qingyun, had disappeared. The seven supreme beings of the universe, the peerless Divine King's projection, were completely shattered by the Yellow Springs plate that suddenly appeared, crushed into the purest power. At this moment, he was the projection of the Yellow Springs plate, and he was the definition of the power of the Yellow Springs. Chapter 353. Bit by bit, it stirred up the Yellow Springs and caused the heavens and earth to rise and fall. The power of the Yellow Springs was like Lu Feng's power of the Great Demon. It was enough to allow any Divine King's bloodline to advance to the 7th rank, allowing them to enter the peak of the monarch realm. At this moment, every movement of the Tiandao Crown Prince caused the Yellow Springs plate to tremble, producing endless power that could affect the operation of time and space. Such power was enough to make any high-level perfect stage martial artist despair, unable to produce any will to resist. But to Lu Fenglai this was nothing, because he was now the great demon. In the universe, in the eternal space-time, the only great demon that had existed since time immemorial and was eternally indestructible. The true essence of the great demon that entangled everything, crossed the barriers of time and space, and sent the strongest true essence from a distant era, the ultimate power. Lu Feng was the incarnation of the great demon. His power of power shook the cycle of reincarnation and crushed the Yellow Springs. The illusory world was thoroughly disturbed by the power of the two people's appearance. Countless regions began to shatter, thick magma appeared, and the earth cracked. Although the illusory world was called illusory, it was actually a real world. This was a brand new world formed when the great demons of the heavenly Tao race entered the deepest burial grounds of the universe and collected the worlds of the super powerhouses that had yet to completely perish. Therefore, the illusory world was actually a real world. And at this moment, the illusory world, this incomparably huge illusory world, had been beaten to a pulp by the extreme collision of the two people. It was almost completely shattered. But the Tiandao Crown Prince didn't seem to see any of this. An illusory world was a true, life-bearing planet, and the value of an illusory world was even higher. In terms of value, his illusory world was probably more precious than any 8th-grade artifact. This was something that couldn't be measured by value. But at this moment, the Tiandao Crown Prince didn't care, because in his eyes, not to mention a single illusory world, even 10 or 100 of them added together, couldn't compare to this battle. This battle would become the most glorious battle of this generation, because the start of this battle meant that all the kings had descended and the road to emperor had opened. Is this the last thing you can rely on? Great demon. Is this the legendary great magic power? The crown prince of the heavens law became even crazier. He knew about Lu Feng's great devil power. In the massacre abyss, you single-handedly suppressed 5 peak 5th-order emperors. What you relied on in the end was the power of the great devil, right? Let me have a look this time. Will your great devil power reign supreme throughout the ages, or will my yellow spring power reign supreme throughout the ages? Crown Prince Tiandao didn't use any weapons in this clash. They all knew that only a collision that didn't rely on anything was a true collision. With a light shake, the yellow spring's plate surged. Every time it spun, it crushed a piece of the void. Behind Lu Feng, the great demon phantom began to roar, as if it had stirred up the most basic demonic craziness. Lu Feng was just as crazy. Just like that, he unleashed a terrifying attack towards that distant place. The earth instantly turned into nothingness, causing this pure natural world to be destroyed to the point of near nothingness. Although this casual attack was at the level of a high-level perfect stage martial artist, this power was enough to easily kill any high-level perfect stage martial artist. This was the terror of a monstrous genius with King Dao domain. This was the extreme of a peak monstrous genius with King Dao domain. A peak monstrous genius with King Dao domain. As long as they didn't die, they were destined to reach the supreme stage. Such an existence might not even be born once in 1,000 years in the entire universe. But now there were two of them. Therefore, the two of them attached great importance to this clash of kings. The Yellow Springs plate surged, and the power of the Yellow Springs burst forth. Through the void collision of the great demon slaughter that Lu Feng unleashed, endless vibrations spread out, affecting a piece of heaven and earth. In the next moment, the two figures didn't disappear, because at this moment, there were the phantoms behind them. Although they were still independent individuals, their intrinsic power was already connected with the phantoms. Every movement was the collision of the ancient great demon and the Yellow Springs plate. They had already been annihilated, sinking into the ancient era, but their power had been passed down eternally. In this era, they were going to start the final fated collision. Kill. Destroy. A shocking roar shook space and time. The Yellow Springs plate shook endlessly from the void, and it actually relied on its huge body to crush down. This was an incomparably terrifying scene, making people tremble. The size of the Yellow Springs plate far exceeded the existence of 10,000 meters. Above its surroundings, there was endless power of the Yellow Springs. Even a trace of it was enough to kill a perfect stage martial artist. When such a Yellow Springs plate fell from the sky, the power of power was enough to shatter a world. Lu Feng didn't retreat, but he became even crazier. His blood had already boiled to the peak. The blood of gold and imperial gold merged into his bone marrow and soul. It made him forget everything. In his eyes, there was only the crown prince of heavenly Dao, only Wang Qingyun, only this heavenly king that he recognized as his lifelong rival. Unparalleled King Dao. Unparalleled King Dao. Everyone stepped on the King Dao. It didn't matter if you were a heavenly king or a killer king. You were still titled kings. And I, Lu Feng, am an emperor among kings. I am in charge of everything. I look down on billions of years. I look down on all ages. In the end, all of you are just my subjects. Therefore, my King Dao is the true, unparalleled King Dao. The great demon went crazy. At this moment, the great demon was Lu Feng, and Lu Feng was an existence that had transformed into the great demon. The two went completely berserk at the same time. Facing the Yellow Springs plate that was more than 10 times bigger than him, the great demon Lu Feng didn't have the slightest fear. What he chose was to use the most extreme violence to crush everything in front of him. His arms held up the sky, propping up an era. Lu Feng, or perhaps the great demon, used the most terrifying and domineering power to completely stop the Yellow Springs plate in midair. At the moment of collision, everything within 100,000 miles of the illusory world completely disappeared. The destructive range of this power was even wider than a third-grade life planet. The two of them were only peak evolution stage martial artists, but when they entered the peak 7th-step King Dao domain and used all their trump cards, they could destroy a third-grade life planet with a single collision. Such a scene left Lulu, who was in the middle of protection, shocked and at a loss. She knew that the heavenly Tao Crown Prince was strong, extremely strong. In the entire heavenly Tao race, he was publicly recognized as the #1 person of the younger generation. In the past, Lulu had also seen a heavenly Tao race's royal bloodline challenge the heavenly Tao Crown Prince, but the result was incomparably shocking. With just a single strike, the heavenly Tao Crown Prince won. However, the shock at that time couldn't be compared to now. It couldn't be compared to now, the ultimate collision that was like the end of the world. In the sky, Lu Feng's body was trembling, and the great demon's body was also trembling. Countless drops of blood were left behind, and a golden color filled the void, adorning the starry sky. It was brilliant and dazzling. However, such a beautiful illusion was formed from the accumulation of countless drops of blood. That golden purity was all Lu Feng's blood. The power of the great demon was not inferior to the power of the Yellow Springs. In fact, it was even stronger. The human king bloodline was stronger than the 7 caltrops divine king bloodline. It was completely overwhelming. But in the end, Lu Feng still retreated and even walked to the edge of being completely crushed. The reason for all of this was because at the last moment, the heavenly Tao Crown Prince used an even stronger taboo strength. Emperor, my ultimate taboo strength is my martial Tao incarnation. Although, because of my level, my martial Tao incarnation has already surpassed your imagination, in order to fight with all my strength, I still used it in the end. The pressure was even more terrifying. Lu Feng's body seemed like it was about to collapse. The great demon's phantom began to tremble, and countless cracks appeared around it. This was a killing blow. This was a moment of absolute crisis. But in this instant, Lu Feng didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. His eyes were still filled with the craziest light. His blood was still burning with the utmost intensity. Finally, at the last moment, a huge haze appeared in the sky. That was a special feeling without any form, but it really existed. It seemed to be a piece of sky. Emperor, my martial Tao incarnation is the 10th grade King Tao incarnation. Yellow Springs Heaven. 10th grade King Tao incarnation. The heavenly Tao Crown Prince actually had a 10th grade martial Tao incarnation. In the legends, as long as an existence with a 10th grade martial Tao incarnation didn't die midway, then it would be a supreme being that would ascend to the divine king's realm. King Tao incarnation innately awakened to the 2nd grade, and the current perfect stage King Tao incarnation could even raise the martial Tao incarnation to the 7th grade. Obviously, the heavenly Tao Crown Prince was such an existence. He had the most terrifying talent since ancient times and the support of the entire heavenly Tao race's resources. His martial Tao incarnation, when he became a perfect stage martial artist, had already evolved and become a true 7th grade martial Tao incarnation. Moreover, the heavenly Tao Crown Prince, Wang Qingyun, not only had this terrifying 10th grade martial Tao incarnation, but he also had the power of Yellow Springs, the power of Wu Ling, and the bloodline inheritance of the 7th divine king. No wonder he vowed to attack the only Emperor Tao domain of this era and compete with Lu Feng for the #1 position in the world. The heavenly Tao Crown Prince indeed had such qualifications. Yellow Springs Heaven. That was the legendary supreme heaven that was born in the immortal and devil era. Its existence was reincarnation. Many immortals and devils would return to Yellow Springs Heaven after they died and obtain a different kind of new life there. Therefore, the Yellow Springs Heaven was also known as the Reincarnation Heaven. The heavenly Tao Crown Prince had condensed the power of the Yellow Springs Heaven. He was the only existence in the current era who had obtained the power of the Yellow Springs. He could even summon the Yellow Springs Plate, the true body of the Yellow Springs. It could be said that when these 3 powers were completely superimposed, the heavenly Tao Crown Prince might not be able to directly enter the 8th grade King Tao domain. But in the 7th grade King Tao domain, he was already the most terrifying existence. Chapter 354. At this moment, Lu Feng was completely suppressed. He did not have the slightest power to resist. Although the state had not reached the limit of great success, it was already Lu Feng's peak strength. Since his debut, Lu Feng had experienced life and death situations. However, this was the first time he was suppressed to such a miserable state by a martial artist of the same level. Madness, complete madness. After being suppressed to the extreme, Lu Feng did not remain silent. Instead, he used the craziest action to completely counterattack. I'm Emperor Lu Feng. Then, how can I submit? You have an incarnation. I, Lu Feng, do not have one too. Lu Feng roared. He displayed his craziness and revealed his sharpness. He could not retreat. He would not retreat. He was Emperor Lu Feng. No matter who he faced, he had to use his strongest power to suppress them. How could his glory and identity allow him to retreat in defeat? Therefore, one of Lu Feng's hidden secrets, his martial art incarnation, appeared, connecting the origin and the end, traversing history and the present world. It allowed the other side to be outlined and life to be carved. It appeared just like this. It did not have the will to destroy everything and quietly floated in the air. However, its existence was like a totem worshipped by billions of races in the universe. It was a belief that even immortals, demons, and gods had to be devout. All the principles intertwined, all the concerns of fate, all the entanglement of karma. This was connecting heaven Futu. This was Lu Feng's martial art incarnation. Connecting heaven Futu. Connecting heaven Futu appeared in the world. Rank 6 martial art incarnation. How is this possible? Shock, complete shock. The crown prince of Tian Dao's face was filled with endless shock. He could feel Lu Feng's martial art incarnation, the power of connecting heaven Futu when it was born. That was rank 6. It was definitely a rank 6 martial art incarnation. But why was it rank 6? This was not right. This was not right at all. You are only a peak evolution stage martial artist. Even if you have a king incarnation like me, the strongest should only be rank 5. But how can you be rank 6? Why? Why? Yellow Springs heaven shook. The power of Yellow Springs plate became even more terrifying. The endless chaotic void was once again completely crushed and turned into the most primitive power of Yellow Springs. All of it was poured into the crown prince of Tian Dao's body. At this moment, under the craziness, he was infinitely terrifying. He threw out a punch. Heaven and earth shatter. Lu Feng's body, which was holding the Yellow Springs plate, was almost torn into pieces at this moment. Golden light and blood filled his mouth, making the void even more beautiful. However, the great demon body, which should have been crushed by the Yellow Springs plate, did not fall. In fact, it was even more terrifying and powerful. What kind of martial Dao incarnation is that? How could it be so terrifying? The heavenly Dao crown prince watched as the heavenly stupa appeared, as it rose to power, as it smashed the heavens with a single strike. If the all heavens were completely shattered, the netherworld sky would also be completely pierced through. Dark red blood also flowed out of his mouth. The madness in his eyes became even more extreme. The crown prince of Tian Dao could not imagine that Lu Feng would have such a shocking martial art incarnation. His martial art incarnation was a rank 10 king incarnation. It was an existence that could not be defeated in the same level. But when faced with Lu Feng's martial art incarnation, which was obviously a rank lower, his Yellow Springs heaven seemed to have lost all its power. It was actually completely destroyed. How could the crown prince of Tian Dao accept such a scene? It's not over yet. It's not over yet. Even if heaven-piercing Futu appeared, Lu Feng could only resist the most terrifying suppression of the Yellow Springs plate. Lu Feng was still at an absolute disadvantage. Emperor, I want to win this battle. I must win. The Yellow Springs plate retracted. All of the power of Yellow Springs was retracted. In the end, it all returned to the crown prince of Tian Dao. At this moment, he did not have any injuries. He stood quietly in the sky, allowing the endless prosperity to appear, quietly rendering his greatness and glory. Beside him was an illusory world that had been shattered beyond recognition. It was a world where one could not tell that this was a world. Lu Feng took a few deep breaths. His whole body was in tatters. Blood flowed out of his body. Traces of gold flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Everything made Lu Feng look exceptionally miserable. But Lu Feng's eyes were still bloodthirsty. His fighting spirit was high. Stretching out his arm, he gently wiped away the golden blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth. Lu Feng took a deep breath and slowly stood up. The great demon returned. The terrifying great demon that could roar the heavens and crush the world quietly returned behind Lu Feng. It was as if it was setting off Lu Feng's countless and unparalleled power. Heavenly King, in a battle of the same level, no one has ever forced me to this extent. Even if they are stronger than me, no one has ever caused me to suffer such great injuries in such a fair battle. You are the first and the only one. The madness and bloodthirst in Lu Feng's eyes calmed down a little. Crown Prince Tiandao knew that this did not mean that Lu Feng was giving up. Instead, he was going to enter the greatest degree of madness. Crown Prince Tiandao smiled. Although he had a calm will, the feeling of madness still lingered, filling him with an incomparably strange and twisted expression. The battle strength of a peak rank 7 Emperor Dao domain. This is the strongest battle strength limit in the universe, since the primordial immortal devil era until now. However, all living beings know that above this rank 7, there is an even more ancient domain. That is the rank 8 Emperor Dao domain. Legend has it that the rank 8 Emperor Dao domain is a domain that only young overlords can enter. Only after going through countless battles, clashing with countless young paragons, and finally suppressing all opponents, can one truly step into the rank 8 Emperor Dao domain. Only then can one break the taboo and enter the forbidden battle strength mythical domain. In every era, as long as there are more than 5 peak rank 7 Monarch Dao domain experts, then a true young overlord will be born, and another overlord will appear in that era. His voice was unusually low, carrying with it an endless mystery and an endless strange aura. Crown Prince Tiandao's words seemed to bring Lu Feng into a strange environment. In this era, legend has it that your Lu family's godslayer Lu Tao, known as the universe's #1 talent in the past 500 years, is rank 7. And you, Emperor Lu Feng, are also rank 7. I, Crown Prince Tiandao, am. Other than the 3 of us. The underworld race also once gave birth to an existence that surpassed the extreme Dao. He should also be rank 7 battle strength. I already know that there are 4 of us, and I believe that it's impossible that these peak overlords of the universe don't know about the arrival of such a golden era. They must have a backup plan. Indra, the Bayan Emperor race's 2 great races, the Blood race and the Sky Demon race, are ancient peak races like our Tiandao race. The War God race and the Sky race also have a long history. How could they let such an opportunity slip by? Moreover, my ancestor once said that in this era, many legendary existences will awaken one after another. They have fallen for countless eras just to wait for an opportunity to become overlords. Therefore, this era will truly be an era of incomparable chaos. Emperor, I'm sure that you have rank 7 battle strength, but I can feel that you're still suppressing your battle strength. You still have more limits that you haven't used. The battle between you and me will be the beginning of the most brilliant era in history. This kind of glory is incomparable to anything else. Therefore, Emperor, I hope that you won't hold back. In this battle, regardless of victory or defeat, let us fight our way through with our greatest strength. The Crown Prince of the Tiandao race even roared at the last moment. Like Lu Feng, he felt his blood burning crazily. At this moment, although he was suppressing his strength, he had already entered an unprecedented state. This was the most extreme state that made him tremble endlessly made his blood boil, and made him completely crazy and arrogant. Therefore, he wanted to fight. He wanted to fight in the most thorough, unrestrained, and powerful way. He wasn't afraid that Lu Feng was too strong. He was only afraid that Lu Feng wasn't strong enough. He was only afraid that Lu Feng wouldn't let him unleash his true limits. He closed his eyes slightly. At this moment, Lu Feng seemed to have entered the most wonderful state. Indeed, he hadn't entered the peak of his life, although he had now entered the peak of rank 7 Monarch realm. But there was still a gap between this and his peak. Although his peak was also a high-level perfect stage martialist, his battle strength was comparable to a peak perfect stage martialist. However, Lu Feng didn't directly unleash his strongest battle strength. This was because ever since he had condensed his martial path embodiment, sky-piercing Fudu, to rank 6, he really hadn't used his full strength. Back when he had met Jiahua Wuyue, Lu Feng had also reached his peak state and even summoned the Great Emperor phenomenon. However, at that time, Lu Feng hadn't really made a move. Perhaps he had made a move, but it wasn't the maximum output at all. Lu Feng himself also understood that once his battle strength was unleashed to its limit, he really wouldn't be able to control himself. Lu Feng didn't know what kind of situation he would be in at that time. Lu Feng wasn't willing to use this kind of unknown power because he was the emperor. What he wanted was to control everything. However, if he didn't unleash it now, it was obviously impossible. His opponent was a heavenly king. In the current world, the most powerful monstrous genius that had appeared so far was comparable to his father, Lu Tao, who killed gods. They were both standing in the peak of rank 7 Monarch realm. Without his limit, he couldn't be compared to the Tiandao Crown Prince who had unleashed his rank 7 martial path embodiment and possessed the power of the Yellow Springs and the power of no caltrips. Lu Feng didn't want to lose. He couldn't lose. Therefore, in the end, he still decided. Chapter 355. Since you want me to unleash my most extreme power, then let's fight. His eyes slowly opened. It was also at this moment that a true phenomenon of the galaxy trembling appeared in the void. In a trance, the great demon behind Lu Feng completely disappeared. In its place, endless immortal music played. It was the worship of ancient immortals and demons, the praise of thousands of gods. Space-time appeared, reincarnation appeared, fate appeared, karma appeared. Everything that existed, didn't exist, could be sensed, and couldn't be sensed all appeared. When they were born, the unknown and mysterious Nirvana Permitha broke through all the shackles and appeared beside Lu Feng. The Tiandao Crown Prince stared blankly at the scene before him, unable to breathe. He was thoroughly shocked. The phenomenon that appeared here was simply indescribable. Since ancient times, he had read a lot of books, but he had never heard of such a phenomenon. No wonder your title is Imperial Sovereign. You are an emperor. So this is the reason. The worship of immortals and demons, the devotion of gods, even space-time and fate had to worship him. This was a true emperor. He was the strongest emperor that made everything submit, tremble, and revere. Gradually, Lu Feng's figure seemed to turn into nothingness. At this moment, Lu Feng had completely disappeared. It was as if he had transformed into an incarnation of himself, an incarnation of a heaven-shaking phenomenon. The crown of the emperor's glory, the robe of endless majesty, the cries of azure dragons, immortal phoenixes, and the cheers of ancient divine beasts. All the phenomena were born. All existences went crazy for the birth of the phenomenon and prostrated themselves in worship. That is, the Tiandao Crown Prince was indescribably shocked, because at this moment, Lu Feng had already reached an unimaginable level. His strength couldn't be described with words. At the final moment, the Babel Stupa descended. Under the illumination of the most mysterious and mighty martial way incarnation since ancient times, Lu Feng, who had transformed into a supreme emperor, finally opened his eyes. This is my ultimate strength. This is the limit of the strength that I have fused with everything. I call it the Great Emperor's incarnation, the strongest since ancient times, the incarnation of the Great Emperor. The incarnation of the Great Emperor. After muttering a few words, the heavenly Tao Crown Prince's eyes shone with a bloodthirsty light that could shake everything. His arm trembled slightly. In the yellow spring heaven behind him, the enormous yellow spring disk was shaking continuously, as if it was experiencing an illusion of endless chaos. The strongest power inherited from the ancient era. I possess the bloodline power of the seven divine kings. I possess the strongest true essence of the Wu Ling lineage, and I have also obtained the strongest support of the Yellow Springs, which has never been seen before. I, Wang Qingyun, am destined to be the strongest in this era. Your emperor is not a match for my heavenly king, the crown prince of the heavenly Tao, who had temporarily lost his rationality due to shock, went completely crazy once again. The power of the Yellow Springs was fully unleashed, giving off a feeling of annihilation. Lulu had temporarily forgotten everything as she watched the two peerless geniuses clash. There was an indescribable, dazzling radiance in her eyes. Both of them were her older cousins, and were among the greatest evildoers in the world. In other eras, any one of them would definitely be an unparalleled king of that era. Both of them were destined to enter the realm of the Divine King. Although both of them were at the peak evolution stage of the power of power, the leakage of their aura was enough to easily obliterate any upheaval transformation stage martial artist. Even a perfect stage martial artist was just a slightly stronger ant in front of the two of them. These two people had really reached the limit of evolution stage martial artists and had truly become lawless people who ignored the rules. Now they had clashed. In this incomparably brilliant golden era, the two peerless geniuses had clashed for the first time. Being able to witness the start of the chaotic battle of the kings might be a kind of glory. Lulu quietly looked at the two peerless geniuses who were slowly making their move. My Heavenly Tao clan is known as the Heavenly Tao, a clan bestowed by the heavens. Our secret techniques are all bestowed by the heavens. Emperor, let me see if the great Heavenly Tao secret technique condensed by our Heavenly Tao clan's Divine King or the Human King scripture created by your Lu family's Human King is crazy. Great Heavenly Tao secret technique. The Heavenly Tao clan's peerless secret technique. The only supreme being technique in the entire Heavenly Tao clan, and also the most powerful peerless secret technique. According to the legends, the great Heavenly Tao secret technique was a supreme technique created by many divine kings' joint comprehension. This technique didn't have any end point, and it was constantly in a state of constant evolution. Once a peerless expert comprehended it, it would evolve without limit, and even become a peerless technique that surpassed the supreme being technique and the Three King scripture. Lu Feng took a deep breath, and a trace of clarity appeared in his crazy eyes. He had long heard of the great Heavenly Tao secret technique. It was a supreme technique that could be compared to the Human King scripture in the entire universe. However, the Heavenly Tao Crown Prince had already studied the great Heavenly Tao secret technique for a long time. However, Lu Feng hadn't studied any of the techniques in the Human King scripture. It could be said that he was already standing at an absolute disadvantage. However, Lu Feng didn't care about this at all. Without the Human King scripture, could it be that he wasn't Emperor Lu Feng? Although his technique couldn't be compared to those true disciples of aristocratic families, Lu Feng, had never backed down because of this. Human King scripture, if I don't have it, then so be it. This time, it was Lu Feng's turn to attack. This was the first time Lu Feng had taken the initiative to attack since the start of the battle. Unparalleled power was mobilized, and the strongest will started to bloom. The current Lu Feng was already the strongest he had ever been in this lifetime. The eternal glory of the Emperor, advancing courageously, breaking through the cycle of reincarnation, standing at the peak of all eternity. This was Lu Feng, the Emperor Lu Feng, who was below the Emperor. A single punch triggered the endless immortal and demon avatars. In the sky, when the Emperor raged, corpses fell from heaven and earth. Endless immortal and demon avatars went crazy, igniting the peak power. Billions of deities trembled, prostrating and praying devoutly. Endless immortal and divine beasts roared in the sky, causing the color of time and space to change. This was the craziest scene. With Lu Feng's turbulence, even the vague power of laws started a complete turmoil, a kind of endless madness. A single punch. This was a casual punch, but this punch unleashed a forbidden power that caused everyone to tremble in fear. A casual punch, but it was equivalent to the most powerful slaughter of those peak perfect stage martial artists. Such an attack seemed to have already stepped into the forbidden territory. Even more shock appeared in his eyes. Crown Prince Tiandao looked at Lu Feng, who seemed to have become one with the Emperor's incarnation, in disbelief, and was momentarily absent-minded. This is the power of the forbidden. You have already begun to come into contact with the power of the forbidden domain. Although Lu Feng's strength realm hadn't entered the 8th stage of the Emperor's realm, Crown Prince Tiandao also understood that without countless bloodshed and killing, without several Emperor's realm collapsing battles, it was impossible to enter that domain. However, just because he couldn't enter it didn't mean he couldn't approach it. Being able to approach the forbidden domain meant that Lu Feng's strength and realm were already at the peak of the Emperor's realm. He was already standing at the forefront of all 7th-stage peak Emperor's realm freaks. Could it be that you have also collided with peak Emperor's realm existences before? Only those who had fought peak Emperor's realm freaks could raise their strength to such a level. However, before this, he hadn't felt a collision between peak Emperor's realm geniuses at all. They were all peak King Dao geniuses. Once they collided, even space and time would react. Although their strength hadn't reached the large success stage, because they were existences at the same cultivation level, they could completely sense the fluctuations coming from the collision. However, Crown Prince Tiandao was sure that before he and Lu Feng met, there was absolutely no Emperor's realm battleborn. But why was Lu Feng able to walk in front of him, able to come into contact with the existence of the forbidden domain? This was impossible, absolutely impossible. While he was in a daze, a powerful attack had already arrived. Although it was just a casual wave from Lu Feng, this attack had already touched upon the existence of the forbidden domain. In terms of power, it was simply lawless and terrifying. Vaguely, the entire void was about to be completely shattered by this attack. Heaven and earth were about to be completely shaken and shattered. Crown Prince Tiandao was unwilling, even if Lu Feng had touched upon the existence of the forbidden domain. However, Lu Feng himself was only a peak upheaval transformation stage cultivator. As for him, he was at the perfect stage. Although he suppressed his strength, his level was far above Lu Feng's. How could he lose such a battle? How could he tolerate failure? Great heavenly path secret technique. Still flow, heaven encompassing heaven. Still flow, heaven encompassing heaven. One of the supreme secret techniques of the great heavenly path secret technique. Crown Prince Tiandao, who understood everything, knew that if this continued, he would definitely be completely suppressed. Therefore, he directly used the supreme technique of the great heavenly path secret technique. The power of the Yellow Springs surged, and the Yellow Springs heaven began to shake endlessly, providing an unparalleled power. Within the Crown Prince Tiandao's body, the 7 divine kings' rhombus power, which had transcended everything, also began to shake. Countless powers were frantically drawn by him, forming the appearance of an ancient heaven. The great heavenly path secret technique was a cultivation technique that was infinitely close to the heavenly path. It was a supreme technique that only the heavenly path race could use. And this still flow heaven encompassing heaven was like the green netherworld sky, transforming into a supreme heaven. The difference was that the green netherworld sky relied on the most powerful violence, using the power of the entire heaven to forcefully crush and obliterate the opponent. As for this still flow heaven encompassing heaven, it relied on endless profound mysteries to bind the opponent and completely crush them. In terms of profound mysteries, the two were simply not on the same level. If I could transform into the heaven of the green netherworld sky, then I could completely suppress this still flow heaven encompassing heaven with violence. Unfortunately, the current me is still not enough. The level of still flow heaven encompassing heaven was too high, and it was considered a divine technique. It was even a supreme divine technique, a supreme power condensed by the ancient divine king of the heavenly path race. As for the green netherworld sky, unless one reached the pinnacle of the heavenly path realm, there was no way one could suppress this divine king's technique. However, it's a pity that this still flow heaven encompassing heaven is ultimately a supreme divine technique. The current you is still unable to unleash its true power. Lu Feng's fist pressed forward with indomitable will, killing millions of people. Although he was facing a supreme divine technique, his opponent was far from reaching the realm of greater mastery. Back when he was facing the celestial wolf race's abyss wolf, he had relied on himself as the emperor to completely suppress abyss wolf's supreme divine technique. Now that he was even stronger and more unimaginable, how could he fail? Therefore, Lu Feng had suppressed it. Still flow heaven encompassing heaven covered the sense of existence of everything. Compared to the heaven born from the green netherworld sky, it was countless times larger, more profound, and more majestic. However, facing such a heaven, Lu Feng only had one expression, and that was madness. Break! 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 Break for me! The great emperor's projection had completely become Lu Feng. At this moment, Lu Feng was the incarnation of the great emperor. He was the eternal great emperor who reigned supreme in the entire universe and billions of time and space. The cover of still flow heaven encompassing heaven bound everything. However, Lu Feng's violence was about to shatter everything. The taboo power kept bursting out. Although it was only at the level of a peak perfect stage martial artist, because of the taboo aura, it had already entered another level. Lu Feng's fist didn't hit anyone because what he hit was the heaven. It was the entire still flow heaven encompassing heaven. The boundless turbulence enveloped Lulu in a protective power. Even so, she still felt this indescribable power. Before this, she simply couldn't believe that an evolutionary stage martial artist could achieve such a degree of destruction. This was simply an indescribable fear, an indescribable horror. The collision of the fists, the turbulence of heaven and earth, the nothingness of time, and the trembling of time and space. Lu Feng was ruthless, and the bloodthirsty power in his eyes had already filled all of his eyes. He had already forgotten everything. His madness had driven the eternal great emperor, turning this invincible great emperor into a crazy, killing emperor. Finally, with the feeling of heaven and earth shattering and trembling, still flow heaven encompassing heaven, one of the most powerful supreme divine techniques in the great heavenly path secret technique, completely collapsed. Chapter 356. The great emperor raised the sky and annihilated the cycle of reincarnation. Lu Feng stood quietly under the shattered sky. His eyes were filled with madness. His blood congealed, and he became divinity. The pinnacle of life. Not enough, still not enough. He softly spat out 5 words from his mouth. At this moment, Lu Feng was a bloodthirsty emperor. Vaguely, he felt that he had entered a wonderful realm. It was a special realm that he entered when he first condensed the incarnation of the great emperor in the Mu clan. In this realm, he was invincible. Can you still be strong? I need you to be strong. I want to surpass him. In this era, I want to be the eternal emperor. I want to reign supreme in the galaxy. I want to become the true #1 great emperor. So go crazy for me. Let me unleash my strongest combat strength. Lu Feng's voice seemed to be mocking him. It made the crown prince of Heavenly Dao's face turn gloomy. He had been hiding for so many years. In the Heavenly Dao race, no one knew about his greatness and unparalleled power, except for the most ancient existences. However, this did not mean that he would keep a low profile forever. From the moment he clashed with Lu Feng, he had already recovered. He had truly walked out of his hidden identity and was about to become the true crown prince of Heavenly Dao. However, just as he was about to achieve glory, he was actually disregarded by Lu Feng in such a manner that was even more excessive than ridicule. He was truly unable to endure it. However, in the face of such a state, such a taboo, and almost invincible Lu Feng, what could he do even if he felt indignant? Although this wasn't his strongest power, in front of Lu Feng, he didn't even have the leeway to fight back and was directly smashed to pieces. Moreover, this was only a casual attack from Lu Feng. It was not the true mortal king scripture that he unleashed after unleashing the true mortal king scripture. The crown prince of Heavenly Dao understood that if he used a more powerful power than the great Heavenly Dao secret art, he would at most be on par with Lu Feng. If Lu Feng really used some kind of powerful cultivation method, the legendary #1 cultivation method in the world, the human king scripture, then he would have no hope at all. He couldn't fight. How could he fight? He had never felt so helpless before. As a 7th rank peak monstrous genius, he already stood at the peak of all monstrous geniuses. Endless time and space, countless epochs. Even when he was young, the Overlord of the First War of the Kings was nothing more than this. However, at this moment, he actually felt so helpless. He was actually being ridiculed by an existence whose strength was far lower than his. This was a great desolation, a sorrow that only belonged to supreme kings. Looking at the unparalleled figure surging in the endless yellow springs and feeling his helplessness and madness, Lu Feng's cold eyes flashed with a strange expression. That was madness, a madness that carried determination and strangeness. I know that if it was your true strength, it would be easy for you to suppress me. Now that you've entered the peak of rank 7 King Dao domain, if you release your true strength, you can even suppress a peak demigod. But in order to have a fair fight with me, you sealed your strength. Now, I've already entered my own peak. I was no longer hiding anything. Then what about you? You can also release your strength now. The crown prince of the Heavenly Dao was slightly stunned. He looked at Lu Feng in disbelief. Who was he? He was the crown prince of the Heavenly Dao. He was the existence that stood at the peak of all monstrous geniuses since ancient times. Even though he had been suppressed by Lu Feng to such an extent, Lu Feng was still able to suppress him. This didn't diminish his greatness. Now he was suppressed by Lu Feng. However, once he recovered his peak combat strength, Lu Feng would be nothing to him. Below his peak, he could even fight a demigod who had entered the 4th rank. He would even dare to fight. Although Lu Feng had already touched the forbidden territory, it was absolutely impossible for him to enter it. Therefore, Lu Feng's strength was at most comparable to a peak perfect stage martial artist. The difference between a peak perfect stage martial artist and a 4th rank demigod was huge. Therefore, once he regained his true strength, Lu Feng would be on the verge of defeat. The crown prince of the Heavenly Dao knew this point. He believed that Lu Feng also understood it. But why did he still say such words? Puzzled, completely puzzled. Shocked, completely shocked. Lu Feng sighed softly. The madness and bloodthirst in his eyes calmed down slightly. If the crown prince of the Heavenly Dao understood it, he naturally understood it too. Once the crown prince of the Heavenly Dao really recovered his peak strength and entered the 7th rank peak sovereign realm as a perfect stage martial artist, he wouldn't be his opponent. However, Lu Feng still made such a choice because he wanted to have a crazy battle. He wanted to use this battle to polish his essence, energy, and spirit to the peak realm. Only in this way would he be able to complete his cultivation. Only then would he be able to attempt to enter the third realm of the Great Devil True Body, the purple gold Great Devil Realm. For this, even if he went crazy, what could he do? Moreover, Lu Feng also knew that he couldn't die, because he still had 3 pieces of guardian crystals. This was enough to ensure that he would be safe and sound this time. To Lu Feng Lai, the value of a piece of guardian crystal, especially in this place, was far less than what he needed to break through. Therefore, Lu Feng wanted to give it a try and directly use his limit. The Crown Prince of the Heavenly Tao looked at Lu Feng. He could feel that Lu Feng wasn't joking. He also wasn't deliberately mocking him. He really wanted to challenge himself when he was at his peak. Emperor, you are very strong. I admit that I am not your opponent in the same realm. Although the battle just now didn't end, the real result was that he lost. After all, his cultivation level was 2 levels higher than Lu Feng's. Although he compressed his strength, his control over his strength wouldn't be compressed. In this aspect, he had a huge advantage. Moreover, in order to be able to kill with the strongest force, he used his martial Tao incarnation, Yellow Springs Heaven, a rank 7 martial Tao incarnation. This advantage couldn't even be described as huge. After all, he was a perfect stage martial artist and had a king-grade martial Tao incarnation. As for Lu Feng, even if he also had a king-grade martial Tao incarnation, his highest was only rank 5. There was a huge difference between rank 7 and rank 5. But even so, he had 2 advantages that were far superior to Lu Feng, but he still fought like this. Therefore, he had been defeated. He had been utterly defeated. He looked at Lu Feng quietly. The Yellow Springs plate's terrifying form was still flickering. The endless majestic power of the Yellow Springs was still there. But at this moment, he no longer had the previous madness and the feeling of shock. In his eyes, there was a kind of hesitation, because at this moment, he was also hesitating. After all, he was the strongest monster in the world. If he had to rely on his own strength to fight against a monster of the same level, it was simply a great shame. However, if he couldn't do this, he might be able to fight, but the outcome was already decided. He was not Lu Feng's opponent. A heavenly king was not an emperor's opponent. Seeing the Tiandao Crown Prince's hesitation, Lu Feng smiled. It was an indescribable smile. It was arrogant, boundless, and filled with all the negative emotions of killing and destruction. Heavenly King, as a king, don't you even have the courage to fight? Today, I have already defeated you. Don't you even have the courage to fight? If you still have so many scruples, if you still think that your glory is above everything, then you've already lost the ability to compete with me on the road to Emperor's Tao in the future, because you have already lost. Once he failed, he would definitely be at an absolute disadvantage on the road to Emperor's Tao in the future. What was the Emperor's Tao territory? It was an emperor that surpassed a king. Such an existence couldn't tolerate failure. How could he allow himself to admit defeat? Since ancient times, any overlord of an era had always been a peerless figure who had never been defeated. Once he failed, then his luck would be greatly reduced. This would lead to failure. In the future, it would be difficult for him to achieve much. In the end, he would be eliminated by other heaven-defying monsters and become a foil. It could be said that Lu Feng's words hit the Tiandao Crown Prince's heart. If he lost this time, and in such a situation, then he would really sink completely. He might even become a foil on the road to Emperor's Tao. To the Tiandao Crown Prince, this was absolutely unacceptable. Then, do I really have to use my strongest power to attack? Do I have to use this kind of bullying method to win? Muttering to himself, he fell into a slight daze. Lu Feng did not speak, but the madness in his eyes gradually intensified. His killing intent was slowly recovering. In such a state, if he was suppressed by the Tiandao Crown Prince who had completely recovered his power, In that case, Lu Feng would not suffer any losses. Although he had lost, his heart was still the victor. He had lost because the time he had to cultivate was too short. Such a failure was acceptable to a monster. This battle, I can lose, but you can't lose. Heavenly King, do you understand? Lu Feng's words were like the sound of Sanskrit that awakened the Tiandao crown prince from his confusion. A trace of clarity appeared in his eyes again. Looking at Lu Feng, he sighed deeply. However, his eyes were no longer lost, no longer confused, because he had already thought it through. Emperor, I didn't expect that as an opponent, you would be the one to wake me up. Laughable, lamentable. I can't give up the future. I won't give up. So, don't blame me for this battle. The power of power slowly recovered. In an instant, it broke through the shackles and entered the peak of the perfect stage. This was a true breakthrough. It was not comparable to Lu Feng. His main body's power of power had already begun to recover. He had already raised his main body's strength to the upheaval stage's power of power. However, when his main body reached the upheaval stage, it completely stopped. Feeling the change in the Tiandao Crown Prince, Lu Feng smiled slightly. However, this smile also carried a crazy, bloodthirsty color. Heavenly King, you are indeed the Heavenly King. Chapter 357. Even if he gave up the idea of fighting someone of the same level, Crown Prince Wang Chengyun still did not choose that kind of crushing power. It was enough for him to advance by one level. He wanted to fight crazily, to fight until the world was turned upside down. Emperor, come on. The supreme power of the Great Heavenly Path secret technique was the most powerful one. Great primordial vast heaven. Primordial itself was the name of heaven and earth. It was the name of an extremely ancient era. And this great primordial vast heaven was the existence that crushed everything in the current era, reconstructing the ancient desolation, returning the era to the ancient era, returning it to nothingness. Crushing. How similar was this to the green underworld sky? Both of them had to use the most extreme power to crush all existences. The entire illusory world seemed like it was going to collapse. This was the illusory world belonging to Crown Prince Tiandao. Its true bearing capacity was limited. It was only at the perfect realm. After all, Crown Prince Tiandao's strength was there. An overly powerful illusory world was not something he could support with his strength. This illusory world might have become abnormally strong because of Crown Prince Tiandao's reinforcement. But it still belonged to the perfect realm after all. Now, when the killing of the two had reached the peak of the perfect stage, after countless crushing killings, the two of them had reached the peak of the perfect stage. The illusory world had finally reached the brink of collapse. The primordial Taihao heaven was a manifestation of extreme violence. It was the supreme divine skill condensed by an existence of the Wuling lineage who had entered the second heaven of the divine king realm. At this moment, when it was used by Crown Prince Tiandao, who had reached the peak of the perfect realm, the power of power was more than one level stronger than the previous silent flowing heaven. The current Crown Prince Tiandao had stepped into the peak of the domain. He could easily crush any expert at the peak of the perfect realm. Lu Feng had begun to enter the most violent state. He had already felt the threat of life and death, the terrifying power that was enough to truly erase and suppress him. However, in such a dangerous situation, he did not shrink back. Instead, he became even crazier. He wanted to use more violent means to crush and annihilate everything. The incarnation of the great emperor moved again. This time, it surpassed the previous turbulence. It was the precursor of the formation of a supreme strike. Many immortals, demons, gods had already trembled and finally disappeared into the incarnation of the great emperor. The pinnacle of all time, the supreme great emperor. The wrath of an emperor could wipe out all races. This was the majesty of a supreme emperor. This was the unparalleled wrath of an emperor. When he went crazy, all the prosperity disappeared and became the clouds of the past. Only the supreme monarch was at the peak of eternity. All the strange phenomena disappeared, leaving behind only the emperor's sole supremacy. However, this sole existence was an even more terrifying and supreme existence. One punch, it was still just one punch. Lu Feng vanished, completely fusing with the phantom of the great emperor. The two of them had completely fused. This attack surpassed the forbidden punch that Lu Feng had thrown out before. It was an even more terrifying attack. Such a blow was enough to easily suppress a martial artist at the peak of the perfect stage. It was a peerless attack in the world. Finally, Lu Feng punched toward the eternal sky. He wanted to use extreme violence to shatter the equally violent primordial boundless sky, just like how he had shattered still flow sky and encompassing sky. The collision occurred in an instant. The terrifying fluctuations were enough to kill any living being. This was an unsolvable collision. This was the ultimate output. Although Lu Feng was strong and had fused into the most powerful realm, this was the Emperor's Wrath realm that even he himself could not control. However, in front of the supreme miracle performed by the Crown Prince of Heavenly Tao, who had become a martial artist at the upheaval stage, it was still not enough. At the moment of collision, the phantom of the great Emperor shook. Countless shattered rays of light were born from the body of the Emperor and fell. This was an incomparably shocking scene. It seemed to indicate the decline of the Emperor and the fall of his royal power. However, was everything really over like this? No. How could it end like this? How could the glory of the Emperor be blasphemed? In a trance, another ultimate attack appeared. It was a world-shaking attack that wanted to break through the obstruction of the sky. It was the strongest killing move that wanted to shatter the sea of stars. Boom! The entire illusory world had begun to collapse slightly. Heaven and earth were shattering. It seemed that in the next moment, this illusory world would completely disappear. The fist of the great emperor, or perhaps it was Lu Feng's fist, had always been there, and it was still constantly waving. Every collision was a kind of brilliance of the body, a kind of pride of the soul. However, how could Lu Feng, who had experienced countless life and death situations, be afraid of life and death, be afraid of pain? His madness was a persistence that surpassed all. It was everything in his heart. Although there were millions of dangers, he still did not take a step back. Vaguely, the beautiful golden color appeared in the sky again. Lulu knew that it was Lu Feng's blood. That was the blood of the Emperor. It was unusually beautiful, but this beauty was written with life. It was magnificent. Her eyes were slightly moist. Such a Lu Feng made Lulu feel shocked and unfamiliar. She had never thought that the man who was as gentle and quiet as a brother would actually hide such persistence, or perhaps madness. Looking at Lu Feng's madness, the crown prince of the heavenly Tao, who was constantly condensing the great chaotic clear sky in the sky, revealed a strange expression. He believed that if he were in Lu Feng's place, he would never be able to go to such an extent. It was not only because he did not have such terrifying strength, but also because he did not have Lu Feng's endless madness. Emperor, you are already enough. I admit that in the same realm, I am not your opponent. However, the future Emperor's road does not only look at the heaven-defying ability, but also the existence of actual strength. You started too late. Perhaps, when you enter the same realm, I will not be able to fight against you. However, as long as I firmly suppress you by one realm, then, even if you are heaven-defying, what can you do? The current me is in the realm of the upheaval. Today, in the peak of the 7th level sovereign realm, I have surpassed you by a full 8 levels. Even if you have touched the shackles of the forbidden realm, you will never be able to step into the forbidden realm. Therefore, you will never be able to cross this gap. You will never be able to defeat me. Emperor, this time, you have lost. He lowered his arm deeply. This time, the strongest power of the great immemorial clear sky had finally appeared. In an instant, the great Emperor's projection was compressed compressed, and infinitely compressed. Cracks appeared as the entire projection of the great emperor broke into pieces. Faintly, one could even hear Lu Feng's mad and indignant roar. However, in the end, nothing could resist. The golden blood scattered in the void and stained to dust. However, in the end, Lu Feng was unable to break through the most terrifying and violent great immemorial clear sky. Finally, the Emperor's projection was completely annihilated by the supreme heavens. Emperor, although I have won this battle, I know that among the same realm, among all the monstrous geniuses of this era, you are truly invincible. You are an existence that has been close to the Emperor's domain ever since you were born, even after countless epochs. Unfortunately, your current strength is still too weak. If you want to truly defeat me, then go crazy. I will wait for your arrival at the peak. I will wait for the final Emperor's Road, the strongest confrontation between you and me. Turning around, the Crown Prince of Tiandao's power gradually disappeared. He knew that the battle was over. Lu Feng was indeed terrifying. He was even more terrifying than him. Unfortunately, his strength was still too weak. Now, he had only advanced by a small level and was able to completely suppress Lu Feng. Glancing at Lulu, the Crown Prince of Tiandao sighed slightly, but did not do anything. Lulu, I know you hate me. In the past, in order to hide, I never truly spoke. Indeed, I was too selfish. It was my selfishness that caused you to suffer so much. Cousin, I was wrong. Lulu was slightly dazed. She looked at the Crown Prince of Tiandao, unusually speechless. In Lulu's heart, the Crown Prince of Tiandao was definitely an incomparably powerful existence. Although he had never displayed his strongest innate talent in the Sky Dao race, he had still been conferred the title of Crown Prince of the Sky Dao race based on what he had displayed. As the Crown Prince, he was actually apologizing to her? Lulu was shocked. Seeing Lulu's expression, the Crown Prince of Tiandao sighed slightly. He knew that he had made too many mistakes in the past. He said that he was unable to help Lulu because of his own selfishness. If it wasn't for his selfishness, if it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to hide himself, then even the patriarch of the Tiandao race could not casually change his voice. Because he was the future hope of the Tiandao race, the strongest source of hope for the Tiandao race to compete in the universe in the future. He was just like Lu Feng's position in the Lu family. Lu Feng was the first young master in the history of the Lu family to be equivalent to the patriarch. As long as he revealed everything, it would be the same. The Crown Prince of Tiandao looked deeply at Lulu and finally turned around. From now on, you don't have to be afraid anymore. The Tiandao race will not find trouble with you anymore. I'll make the necessary arrangements. I can't do anything about your mother's death. At that time, I really couldn't do anything. If you want to hate me, then hate me. Also, help me tell the Emperor. I will wait for him at the end of the peak. I hope that he won't make me wait too long. In the final battle, I will step on his bones and walk on the path to the Emperor's Dao. The Crown Prince of Tiandao understood. Lu Feng seemed to have been completely suppressed by him. However, he would definitely not die. Although the Crown Prince of Tiandao race was strong enough to defeat him, he was still far from being able to kill him. Moreover, how could such a heaven-defying monster die like this? Therefore, even if he didn't take a look, he knew that Lu Feng was fine. Chapter 358. The voice slowly faded away. The Tiandao Crown Prince's figure also gradually faded away. This time, although it was a victory for him, it was also a real blow. He used to think that he was unparalleled in the world. Even though the ancestor had predicted that this era would be filled with monsters and a golden era where the Emperor Dao domain would be born. However, he never thought of himself as a loser. This was confidence. He was confident that his ability was unparalleled. He was confident that with the support of the 7 Divine Kings' bloodline, Wulin's power, and the strongest and only Yellow Spring's power, he was unparalleled in the world. However, This time, when he faced Lu Feng, the monarch that had been praised in the galaxy for the past few months, he was defeated. He was completely and utterly defeated. There was no hope at all. There was no reason for him to do so. In terms of bloodline power, the strength of the 7 divine kings was ultimately no match for the bloodline of the #1 sovereign personage in the world. He was only able to match Lu Feng by relying on the power of the water caltrip. However, when he used the power of the yellow springs that he was most proud of, which he believed to be the strongest in the world, he was completely suppressed by Lu Feng's power. Even though he had a 2-stage advantage, even though he had a king-grade martial avatar and had reached the limit of this stage of martial avatar. However, he was still mercilessly suppressed by Lu Feng, who had condensed a great emperor's avatar. This was undoubtedly the heaviest blow to the Tiandao crown prince. Although he had won, he really didn't want to have such a victory. "Emperor, I will wait for you." After hundreds of millions of life and death experiences, crossing countless tribulations, my will is immortal, my soul is eternal. The voice gradually appeared from the void. It gradually grew louder and louder until it resounded in everyone's ears. In an instant, the figure that was about to fade away and completely disappear suddenly froze in midair, completely stunned. No one could see that the Tiandao crown prince's eyes were trembling with fear and disbelief. How is this possible? How was this possible? He couldn't believe what he was hearing. He couldn't believe what was about to happen. The moment he stepped into the upheaval stage, his power had already reached its limit. At that time, he had relied on the power of a peak rank 7 sovereign Dao domain to become an invincible existence under the demigod realm. The supreme divine skill, the great chaotic limitless heaven, was more than enough to easily suppress any 10 or even 100 perfect stage warriors. Although you have touched upon the forbidden area, it is absolutely impossible for you to enter that area. Why? Why are you able to withstand it? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. At this moment, the crown prince of the heavens, Dao, seemed a little crazy. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. To him, all of this was inconceivable and inconceivable. Finally, when he heard the last 4 words, he moved. The strongest power had been used once again. That was because he heard the last 4 words that made him tremble. The great demon will never die. The ancient phantom appeared once again. The heavenly Dao crown prince recognized this phenomenon. That was because it was this phenomenon that made him experience the illusion of sorrow and despair. However, the phenomenon that appeared at this moment was so unfamiliar that it was unbelievable. It was actually the incarnation of the great demon monarch. What appeared was the great demon monarch, the one and only, the strongest incarnation of the great demon monarch. However, the incarnation of the great demon monarch was a demonized great demon monarch. He was the great demon monarch, capable of demonizing an era and slaughtering an era, struggling in despair, wandering on the edge of death, awakening in the midst of oblivion. This was the great demon true body. This was the first divine skill bestowed by the great demon true body, the great demon undying. Heaven and earth were shattered. This time, it was truly shattered. In front of the great demon undying, the crown prince of the heavens, Dao, unleashed the world-shocking supreme divine skill, the boundless limitless heaven. This was a supreme technique comparable to the great chaotic limitless heaven. However, when the same power was unleashed, there was no obstruction at all. In the instant of contact, it was completely shattered by the demonized great demon monarch. PFFF, blood splattered out of his mouth. At this moment, the crown prince of the heavens, Dao, could not believe what he had just experienced. He had unleashed such a powerful attack, a supreme divine skill that was not inferior to the great chaotic limitless heaven. However, this was the outcome. He was completely suppressed and did not have the slightest ability to resist. The demonized great demon monarch was terrifying. He was Lu Feng, and Lu Feng was him. At this moment, he did not stop at all. This was because Lu Feng had entered the most extreme state. The great demon Undying was the most terrifying combat power that could erupt from the deepest abyss of death. Previously, Lu Feng had been completely suppressed by the great chaotic limitless heaven, causing him to lose all ability and almost walk to the edge of death. However, at this final moment, the power of the great demon Undying had completely erupted, completely shattering all death and becoming the ultimate existence of power. The boundless, limitless heaven did not have the slightest ability in front of the most powerful great demon Undying. It was completely shattered and turned into nothingness. Powerful. At this moment, Lu Feng could no longer be described as powerful. Finally, the great demon Undying, Lu Feng, who had become the Undying Demon Monarch, killed everything. The illusory world collapsed. Many existences stared blankly at everything that had happened. This kind of power belongs to the peak of the perfect stage. It belongs to those existences who are almost stepping into the demigod realm. But how is this possible? How is it possible that such a power appeared? How is it possible that such a power appeared in the auction house belonging to the Wind God Horde? Could it be that someone wants to rob the Wind God Horde's auction house? But wasn't this strength a little too weak? Wanting to rob with such strength is simply ridiculous. Sensing the increasingly frightening fluctuations coming from the auction house, many people revealed astonished expressions. After all, in the previous auctions, the auctioneer who appeared in the Wind God Horde's auction house was a deity. In addition to that auctioneer, the person guarding this auction house was also a deity. Under the protection of two deities, a peak perfect stage expert wants to rob this place? This is simply a joke, a complete joke. No, this is not the power of a single person. I can feel that this is definitely not the power of a single person. This should be a confrontation between two martial artists at the pinnacle of the perfect stage in the auction. But aren't they courting death by doing this? Many existences were stunned. Many demigod existences had already felt it. They knew that there were two existences who were confronting each other. However, they were courting death by recklessly using their strength in the Wind God Horde's auction house. No. These two existences are confronting each other. Something is wrong. They have been fighting for such a long time. Why hasn't the Wind God Horde's auction house appeared to stop them? After a while, the terrifying fluctuations became even more tragic. Everyone could feel that the collision seemed to have reached its limit. It seemed that it was about to break through everything and really appear here. However, in the end, such a confrontation had lasted for such a long time, but no existence appeared to stop it all. No, this shouldn't be. Could it be that these two existences have such great identities that even the Wind God Horde's auction house is unwilling to offend them? A demigod seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed fiercely. The next moment, he did not stop and directly flew away. Although it was good to be lively, those who lived in foreign battlefields all understood that some lively scenes were absolutely not to be seen. There were no laws here. The only thing that existed was the principle that strength reigned supreme. The two peak perfect stage experts collided with each other, but the Wind God Horde's auction house was unwilling to stop them. Then, the identity behind these two people was probably an existence that even the Wind God Horde's lord, a quasi-king of life and death, feared. How could they possibly participate in a matter between existences like this? As such, many of the sensible existences hurriedly left. They knew that once they were involved, their life and death would not be in their own hands. However, those who had such thoughts were always in the minority. The majority of the existences chose to remain where they were because they wanted to see exactly what had happened. At the very last moment, the peak power had completely awakened. Although it was still at the peak perfect stage, the power that erupted in an instant made everyone incomparably frightened and tremble. In an instant, the entire auction house completely collapsed. Looking at the illusory figure that broke through everything and was born between heaven and earth. All the existences were shocked. What is that demon? That's a demon. He was a lawless, unparalleled devil. But why does he make me want to submit to him? What kind of demon is he? Many existences were frightened and roared. Unfortunately, all of this happened in an instant, because in the next moment, two figures appeared. Everything could no longer be seen. The entire Wind God Horde's auction house had completely disappeared. Even the terrifying Demon Emperor had disappeared together with it. Sure enough, this Fudu is really not simple. It's just that I really didn't expect him to be the invincible monster that caused a lot of commotion recently. The Emperor Lu Feng. Grandmaster Void Spirit stood in the boundless void and looked at Lu Feng, who had entered a state of extreme madness with the crown prince of the heavenly Tao, and sighed slightly. Just now, when they felt the power of the collision, both of them had covered this place with their divine senses. It could be said that they were incomparably clear of everything that happened in the illusory world. However, when the illusory world collapsed and the two of them were about to appear in front of everyone, Grandmaster Void's spirit finally acted. He directly transferred the two of them to the outer region of the battlefield in the endless universe. Hearing Grandmaster Void Spirit's words, Grandmaster Wanga also did the same. However, they did not have much of a grudge against Lu Feng for hiding his identity. This was because they also knew what would happen if someone with Lu Feng's identity was discovered in the outer region of the battlefield. What a terrifying monster. The Emperor is terrifying, but this crown prince of the heavenly Tao is also terrifying. He shouldn't be the legendary heavenly Emperor. I'm afraid that the crown prince of the heavenly Tao is actually a heavenly Emperor. This time, if it wasn't for the presence of the Emperor Lu Feng, Lulu would have been captured. Sai, my poor disciple. Su Ling looked at Lulu, who had fallen into a coma beside him, and sighed. Sensing that the protective power around Lulu was gradually disappearing, he waved his arm again and reinforced the protective power around Lulu. It seems that this time, the heavenly Tao race is really foolproof. I think that Lu Shaoran should be trapped by now. Moreover, they actually chose the Wind God Auction Hall. This is one of the few places where we won't spread our divine senses. It seems that they have been planning this for a long time. Do you think I'm right, Yao Guangming? Or perhaps the great Wind God Overlord. The Wind God Overlord was a supreme existence that had already stepped into the quasi-king of life and death realm. He was an unparalleled existence that could escape from the hands of the divine king. In this endless void of chaos, a figure gradually appeared. Every step he took was like a cycle of time and space. In a trance, every inch of space he stepped on experienced the changes of life and death, a type of destruction and rebirth. When the Void Spirit Master understood this scene, a trace of shock flashed through his eyes. He couldn't help but say, "Virtual King's 10th level, the life realm. You have actually refined the life and death realm." As if he didn't hear the Void Spirit Master's words, Wind God Overlord Yao Guangming slowly walked in front of the two people. However, his gaze never left the two people fighting. This time, I let him in, because I owed the heavenly Tao race a huge favor. And this time, they're the ones who made this request. Hearing this, a trace of anger flashed through the Void Spirit Master's eyes. So, you put my disciple in such a situation. You should know what will happen to her once she is captured and brought back to the heavenly Tao race. Wind God Overlord Yao Guangming's unusually young face didn't have much of an expression. What does this have to do with me? That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.